It's going to be an extremely exciting talk. Woo! Thanks everyone for showing up on a Saturday morning. See, I was right. There was the coffee. There was a coffee line. Thanks everyone for showing up on a Saturday morning, bright and bushy-tailed as always. And I hope everyone is having a great conference. The talks yesterday were great. I find it interesting that when I did this last year, every talk seemed to be technical. And this year, but it's about 50-50, half technical, half management, which is obviously the side of the house that I'm falling on. So today we're going to talk about being a CISO. What does it take to get that ranking, get into that stature, and basically be the head person in charge of the security for an entire company or organization. So a little bit about myself. I've been doing InfoSec for about 16 years now. Started off. I remember Y2K. Yeah, that's when I started. Funny, I just saw that reference in a movie, and I thought, geez, how old is this movie? And I realized it was something I'd seen in the theaters. Currently a CISO for an auto finance company. So if anyone sees the used car dealership say, "We finance everyone," that's us in the background giving that loan to people. I also teach here in the InfoSec graduate program. So if anyone wants to get their master's in information security, come and talk to me about it, and I can tell you a little about the course. If you want to actually get in, then you have to talk to admissions, obviously. Before I worked for Comcast, the most beloved company in the world, I always told people. They actually do a really good job. You only notice it when it doesn't work. It's kind of like breathing. You only notice it when it's not working. Before I worked for HSBC, which is a very large international bank, and again, so I've worked in some very large organizations. In case that's not enough for you, I got a bunch of letters after my name. I'm a certification junkie, only because I love doing it, and it keeps me up to date, forces me to keep learning new stuff to keep up with those certifications. All right, I love these memes. So information security, this is what people think about when they think about information security. This is what people think of themselves when they think about doing their jobs in information security. And to me, it wraps up a fairly, in one slide, what the perception of information security is. So they got updated a little bit that show their reference in what people think I do, what my friends think I do, has been canceled for like 4 years now. So we have to update that with something newer. I'd probably put Mr. Robot in there for what my friends think I do, because they see that and they go, "Oh, yeah, do you do that kind of stuff?" And I go, "Yeah," because it's a lot easier to say that than trying to explain what I actually do. So the other memes there, and again, what I actually do is mostly what we'll talk about today. It's herding cats. So going back to 2000, when I started information security, this was literally the entire information security world. You had your network, you had your host, you had your application, you had your data. That was it. That was the only four things you had to worry about. Obviously, it's grown a lot since then, but just to show you how far it has come, literally this was the entire InfoSec world just not too long ago. Then the capability maturity model came along. Has anyone come across this before in their dealings with IT or dealings with regulatory bodies? Often references a lot as well. So they put together some structure around what does a mature organization look like. So you start off with the ad hoc. So this is if you think of it like a startup company and you've got 5 guys doing everything, someone has to be doing everything that company needs to do. So that's IT, HR, payroll, everything else, and they're doing it in an ad hoc manner because they're just flying by the seat of their pants. You get to level 2, and it's a repeatable process. Okay, Dave is in charge of IT now. Joe is in charge of HR. They assign people specific jobs. They come up with some strategy around, okay, every time a new person comes on, we're going to do this, and this. Every time we build a new widget, we're going to follow this process. So it becomes a repeatable process, and now you can start saying, well, where do we go wrong in the process, and or do we need to fix the process and do something different? Defined, so it's defined and documented. So it's not just in Dave's head every time someone comes on, it's actually written down somewhere. So if Dave leaves and someone else takes over for them, they've got a manual they can follow to say, hey, let's do it this way. Now we make improvements to the process, we've got some sort of manual we can follow. Then we get to managed. So not only are you following the manual, you've got a manual, but you're checking to see if people are following the manual. You're checking to see that every widget that goes out the door is a quality widget. Anyone watch The Prophet on CNBC? This guy named Marcus Lemonis goes in, buys pieces of companies, and then fixes their process. And so that's what he's doing, is bringing them up to a managed security, managed level of maturity, so these businesses can run properly. IT security is no different. We have widgets that we create. Everyone's got users they have to create, users they have to manage. Everyone's got new applications they have to bring on board. Everyone's got security requirements they have to fulfill. Everyone's got government regulations and requirements they have to fill. You can plot all those on your maturity model and figure out how do you move them up the maturity model chain. Do you have to move everything to a 5? No. There's going to be certain processes you're going to say, you know what, we're at a defined state, and that's as far as we want to go with it. We don't need to go any further. The other processes and procedures you want to put in, you want to move up that chain. Finally, it's optimized. So we've got a manual, we're following the manual, we're quality checking against the manual, we're making sure the right things go out the door, and then we're looking how to improve that process on a continuous basis. If anyone's done any Six Sigma training, that's all this is about, is how do we get to 5, it's Six Sigma, it's 5 nines, so 99.999% good. So if 99.99% of your products go out the door in a good way, you said to achieve that Six Sigma level of maturity. All right, now we're saying, how does this apply to InfoSec? Well, we've adapted that same model for information security. So at the bottom left here, we're reactive and manual. So again, if you've working in a shop that, again, every time that someone new comes on or a new system gets brought on, you bring it up in a different way, you're probably in the reactive and manual mode. Tools-based, okay, now we're not just there. We're not just information security people standing there at the front desk going, hey, yep, come on in, yep, you're allowed to come in. You've actually got some tools in place that you can use to monitor your information, monitor your networks, monitor your people, and you've got something to work on, to work with. Integrated picture means now I'm taking all those tools and all the data I'm getting from that, bringing that together and saying, well, overall, what's my risk posture, what's my security posture? So I may be very good at the perimeter, I've got my firewalls, I've got my web filtering, but at the lower end in the user space, I've got nothing on the endpoints. So I have no idea what's going on with my endpoints. So may have a good tool and a good maturity model on one end and not so great on in another sector. Next is dynamic defense. So again, if you're using tools in a productive and less reactive, more proactive manner, you're in the 4 maturity model. Next is resilient. So if you come under attack, you can quickly switch over to something else. You can spin up alternate sites. You can use your cloud-based provider and switch over from the London to the Hong Kong data center, and it's as if nothing happened. It's a blip on the radar. You know, it's also in this chart on the right-hand side here, we've got our conventional threats. That'll be taken care of if you're at level 3, all the way up to nation states at level 5. I don't know about your organizations, but you're rarely going to come across, the nation-state actors trying to break into your systems. It's kind of like worrying about, are you going to encounter a ninja on the street? I'm sure there are ninjas out there and that they're walking around, but whether your chance of actually encountering one, just as you're walking around and have to actually fight them, pretty low. Now, if you're in a government agency or something like that, that risk might go up. But a lot of people prepare for that nation state, and it just never happens. So take your risks at face value. If you are at risk for nation state, you should be able to counter a nation state attack. But if you're got a 1% chance of having a nation state come after you, then I would say you probably don't need to necessarily go to that level of maturity. So when you're done assessing yourself, you can figure out where you fall on the spectrum, and then as the CISO, you can figure out, which kind of captain you want to be. For those who are Trekkie fans, there's always old versus the next generation. I like them both, so that's why I use this slide. But if you think about the two captains, Kirk was the startup. He was the one that sort of flew by the seat of his pants, didn't follow the rules all the time when it wasn't convenient for him. You have Picard on the other side. He was by the book, always followed the rules. But he had a more, if you look at the worlds they lived in, Kirk was the startup. Picard had the mature organization. That's the kind of captain that they needed at the time. So as you mature as a CISO, you may start off as one and mature into the second one. In your company, as you grow with the company, as the company grows, you may mature into one or the other as well. All right, so what you actually came here to talk about. So about 5 years ago, and he's got a really long name. It's down at the bottom here. Farik, and I'll blow up his name, put together a mind map of if you took the entire CISO position and broke it down into domains, what would that look like? And this is what they came up with. I know it's a little small on the screen here. If anyone wants the slides, obviously we'll have them available to you. Or if you just do a Google for CISO mind map, you'll see something like, you'll see this model come up. And this is the fifth version of it. So when I saw this is when the light bulb went on for me to say, hey, this is what the CISO job actually is. I was up until that point, I was a pure techie. I was great with application security. I was great with incident response. I was great with forensics and pen testing, but I didn't have everything on this picture. And it's basically I was basically a one-sided, one-dimensional wannabe manager CISO. Once I saw this and started broadening out my horizons and my skills and my focus, that's when I moved from being a techie to jumping over the CISO side. Then we go to the CISO talk yesterday. It was at the end of the day. I didn't make it. How was their presentation? Was it good stuff? Did anyone go to it? What kind of things they emphasize on theirs?
It was a lot of just, make sure you have the right education, like be in the right mindset, make
Okay.
sure that you are tailoring your career towards that. Make sure you have the right education, MBA is like
Right.
mandatory, and then like look for like on the maturity standpoint. So there's a lot of education prepping yourself for that.
Okay.
You know what you're getting into.
Okay. All right, good. I wish I'd gone. I could have probably stolen half his presentation and made mine better. That's all right. So I'll take it from if they address mostly on the education side, I'll say yes, it's a big part of it. But we'll take a look at it from the different domains that you need to be aware of at least, and that way you can again transition yourself from the technical side to the more on the management side. All right, so management is probably about 35% of my day. And again, this is the part where people think, well, I'm the best firewall person out there. I'm the best information security technician out there. Transitioning over to a management side should be easy, right? Well, that's not the case. As the person who talked about being a CISO yesterday, management is going to be a large portion of your day. I've got a label here as 35%. That's probably a low estimate for a given week. So for the most part, this could be anywhere from 50 to 60% of my time if depending upon what we're actually working on. So our first thing we have to always worry about in information security is budget. Information security as part of IT is always going to be a cost center. What I mean by cost center is I'm never going to say, well, give me $100,000 for my whiz-bang tool, and I'm going to make $200,000 on that investment. No, give me the $100,000 for my tool, and I'm going to be able to give you a good compliance report. If you're a business person, do I care about the compliance report more than my $100,000 I've invested in the information security tool? they're going to say, what are you, nuts? If it was on a pure return on investment basis. In some cases, I've actually seen where they said, well, I can either buy the $100,000 tool or I can pay $50,000 in fines. I'd rather pay the $50,000 in fines and just skip the tool. So you have to you're constantly fighting for budget because, again, there's no way or very few times when I can say, yes, give me this money, I'm going to make more money for you. I can approve efficiencies, so I can say, well, if I buy this $100,000 tool, we'll get people onboarded in 2 days instead of 2 weeks. So if I can then take the extra 12 days that person is productive and say, well, we pay them, each person makes $100 an hour, well, now I've just made you $12,000. Oh, okay, that's great. The business people like that. So budget is something that's going to be, as a CISO, something that's on your mind constantly and you're constantly fighting for. All right, business enablement. Is information security the Department of No or the Department of No But? You want to be the Department of No But. No, you can't do it the way you want to do it, but here's the way you can do it in a secure manner. Oh, just open up the FTP to everyone. Who cares if they can, who cares if other people download it? It's not worth anything to them. No, but let's do a secure FTP and only let certain people download stuff. Again, you run into that all the time where a business just wants it now, fast, and you have to pump the brakes a little bit and say, you can do it, but here's the secure way to do it. So mergers and acquisitions, again, if you take over another company, what's their security status? What bugs are hiding under the rocks that when you pick that rock up and you say, oh my gosh, they're doing some things very wrong in a bad way. Cloud, everyone's moving to the cloud, right? A lot of places are. How do you secure that? How do you make sure that the servers I'm putting up in Rackspace or in AWS or in Azure are secure? Mobile, we have more problems with mobile than anything else because people are using their own devices. What do you mean you want me to put AirWatch on my personal device? It's my device. Yeah, but you're accessing mine, meaning the company's data. So if you can access the data, it now is no longer your device. It is a hybrid company / your device. So how do you manage the mobile? Business IT process development. Yeah, so if my business comes to me all the time and say, well, I want to do X, I want to bring everyone on to this new application, and you don't have to do anything because it's all hosted somewhere else. They take care of the admin, they take care of the logins, and all you have to do is provide them access through a web browser. Okay, well, how do I make sure the right people are going into it? How do I make sure the right people are getting taken out of it? What data they're going to have access to? What the controls around that data? How do I know where that data is going? Is that website being hosted somewhere outside the US? I have contracts with companies that say you will not host our data outside the US. Okay, so now I have to make sure that those applications stay within the US borders. Again, all these things that should be easy and quick to do aren't, because I need to make sure that people don't shoot themselves in the foot. It's okay if I shoot you in the foot to stop you from doing dumb stuff, but if you shoot yourself in the foot, that's going to be my problem later on down the road. Project delivery lifecycle. Everyone loves projects, right? Projects are fun. Projects is where everything gets done. Yeah. Got to make sure those projects get delivered on time, on budget, and deliver the requirements that were put in the project. Security architecture. Well, we just throw it all together and it just works, right? Nope. You got to design it from the ground up. You got to make sure it's moving the direction that you want it to go. There's a lot of things that go into, again, heading the ship, that you have to make sure that you are the person in charge, making sure that's happening. Compliance, audits, always fun. Anyone ever been audited before by, yeah, I see most of the hands going up and I see the rest of you sweating when I mention the word auditor. So everyone's gone through these. Again, I'm in charge of making sure those happen and are done on time and that they meet the requirements that the auditor has put in place. Legal and human resources. We never interact with them, right? Nope. Interact with them all the time. Why? Oh, I had a breach of someone's data. Even if it was 5 people, well, now I have to send my legal team to go figure out where those 5 people live and what the breach notification laws are for each one of those states, because there's 40 different breach notification laws in different states around the U.S. So if they live in Utah, I don't think has one. I don't have to tell them anything. I probably would encourage them to tell them as a courtesy and as a good corporate citizen, but by law I'm not required to. In some states there's a time limit. I have to notify them within 30 days. In some cases it's as expeditiously as possible. I have to at least be aware of these things, so when I go and talk to my legal team, I can say, look, I know there's a law here. You have to tell me what we have to do about it, but I know there's some parameters here we need to fulfill. Resource management, people and technology. So IT just runs on robots, right? We don't have to worry about people. No? Anyone have any robots in their IT teams? No, me neither. So it's people, process, and technology. The reason why you do in that order is because the people will come first. You have to have a good process, and the technology supports the people and the process. So I have to deal with vacations, sick time, Joe's not showing up on time, Dave is working at 2 o'clock in the morning all the time, somebody screwed up and shut something off they shouldn't have, the CEO's laptop is infected with malware for the 3rd time this month. How do I deal with all that and make sure that everything is working in harmony? Selling InfoSec internally. All right, who's ever gone to a meeting with the business people and they say, well, I don't believe what you're telling me about information security. And you look at them and say, well, I don't believe what you're telling me about your sales numbers. And they go, well, I've got data. And I say, so do I. You can see where this is going. Now, are the meetings ever actually like that? No, but we're constantly reinforcing with our business partners and the business folks that we support to tell them, hey, this really is a problem. This is not something that happens to everyone else but us. This happens to us. We need to make sure that we're in compliance. We're going to make sure that our systems are secure and that our people are secure, so that everything, again, works in harmony, so that you can go out and make money to support my job. You always remember that. I don't make any money for my company. Like we said before, I'm a cost center. They make the money. So I got to make sure they can make the money securely, so that later on there's not some government agency, lawyer, whoever suing us saying, give me that money back plus some more. We want to make sure that we're doing things in a secure manner. All right, governance, risk, and compliance. Boy, that's a long title. I've got someone on my staff. She's a senior risk analyst for governance, risk, and compliance. Her name tag on her door is like that long because she's got a lot of letters and a really long title. So physical security. Most organizations are merging their physical and IT security because, for the most part, the physical security folks are protecting the IT assets. So most people have gotten rid of the guard at the front desk for everyone, for all buildings, and now they only have a guard at the front desk for the data center. So at that point, and all the cameras, all the doors, they're all IT assets now because they're all over IP. So all the cameras, I don't have any in here. They're all over IP cameras, so that of course falls under the IT shop now. The doors are all electronically locked and controlled by computer, so that falls under IT now. And again, mostly they're protecting IT assets. So again, now it's all under IT. Risk assessment methodology. So if you just say, well, I value that risk, and I rated it a 9 out of 10, and an auditor comes around and says, well, how'd you get that number? And you say, I don't know. Audit point does not have an established risk methodology. You need to be able to explain, not only get to a risk number, but explain how you got there. You got to show your work. It's like math in elementary school. You can't just write down the right number. You have to show all your work how you got there. Awareness, education, and training. Another fun one. Businesses love it when you say, I'm going to pull your people out for 2 hours to give them a class in IT security, because that's 2 hours they're not working. Data classification. So it's required under some regulations that all your data is classified. So it can be, usually it's a 1 to 4 scale. Public, meaning if we lost it, nobody would care because it's our brochures, it's our business cards, it's other things like that that we give away anyway. Next would be internal, meaning it needs to stay within the company. Second would be departmental, meaning it needs to stay within that department. And third would be personal, eyes only basically, when only certain people are allowed to see it. So think about the file shares you've got going on in your organizations. How many people know they're in terabytes of data? And imagine you have to go through each one of those documents and classify it. In some places you do. Governance, policies, procedures. Again, another fun part of my day where we all sit in a room and say, well, how do you do that? And we write it down. And we say, well, actually go do that. And when they try to go do it, they say, nope, we got to change this. We say, okay, go do it again, follow the procedure, and see if it works that time. Nope, fix it again. And then some regulation will come in and say, well, you're not allowed to do it that way anymore, you have to do it this way. Well, we got to change our procedures again. It's almost like programming people. Again, people, process, technology. You program the people the same way you program your computer. Reporting, metrics, maturity models. So I have to tell people, not only have to do these things, I have to tell people how I'm doing it and if I'm doing it well or not. Again, always fun to have to justify to auditors and my board of how I came up with these metrics. Because again, if I can't explain it, doesn't matter. I can say I'm 5 nines, 99.999. Okay, how'd you get that number? Well, and I start having things to do to figure out how I got to that number. All right, so operations. Again, probably about 40% of the day. This is the stuff that you think that you're doing when you take the CISO job on. This is, all right, how do I build my firewalls? How do I do my architecture? What tools do we need to bring in to make things work? How can I make the operations that we're doing more secure? Can I bring in single sign-on so people don't have 50,000 passwords and usernames to remember? That's a big item going on now with especially privilege management. That's another thing we have to operationalize. How do you manage people that are domain admins or have root access on their servers? How do we make sure that they're doing that, using those in a secure manner? And if they lose those passwords, they're breached or their laptop's compromised, how do we make sure that that doesn't become a company-wide issue because we've got good password management techniques, we've got isolation, we've got our system set up so that if you breach one, you can't automatically get into another. How do we do all that? Role-based access control, another big thing in companies as they grow up and mature. So the company I'm currently at, everyone has their own role. The new people that come in, they don't get assigned as a funder or as a collections person or as a administrator. They just get a role and they get assigned applications as they need them. So my rights are all over the place. Someone came to me and said, hey, how do you know who has access to what? I said, I don't know because I don't have role-based access control yet. We're working on it. We're going to try to put something in for next year. But that's a big management nightmare as well, because now I have to convert all these single people and say, you are this now, you're this, and drop them into those buckets so I can manage the buckets. HR integration. So when someone new comes on today, they get loaded in the HR system, and then HR sends us an email, and then we load them up with their IT stuff. Anyone see the problem with this? There's no connection between the two. Someone gets fired, leaves the company in HR, unless they send me an email telling me to delete them, I don't know about it. If someone changes roles in the company, I don't know unless they tell me. So one of the things that you look at if you're doing a Six Sigma analysis is how do I reduce the handoffs? How do I reduce the time that it takes from something happening in the HR system to something happening in the IT system? Well, to do that, you've got to merge those two together and have a direct link between the two. So the instant someone gets hired, they get their IT credentials. The instant someone gets let go, their IT credentials are suspended. So we're trying to move it from days and weeks to minutes. So we're working on it. It's going to be a January launch, but we're using two outsourced vendors both for our HR system and for our identity management system. They've worked together in the past, so we've actually seen it work on another company. They show us a demo, so we're hopeful, but we'll see how it works in practice. No, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Especially when you're dealing with legacy systems, meaning anything that's more than 5 years old at this point. It's pretty much a legacy system. So if you're working at a bank, and they've been using the same HR system for the last 15 years. It's an old mainframe app. That thing may never communicate to anything that's modern, up-to-date identity management system. So you'll just have to deal with it and create your efficiencies where you can. All right, so I think we have to work on in operations is threat management and threat prevention. So again, this is typical IT security stuff that you think about working on. But when you're working out from the management side, I'm not actually the one that's going out and doing the pen testing. I have to go find a pen test company that'll do it for us, or I have to find someone on the inside that's going to do it for us. And I have to understand it well enough to be able to call BS on contractors and people putting bids in, but I'm not going to know the keystroke commands to necessarily type in to make it happen. So when you get into the management ranks, into the CISO level ranks, again, there's an inverse proportion of what your technical knowledge is and how much influence you have over the company. The more influence you have, the less technical you've got, and it's always going to be that seesaw. So you have to be aware when you want to move from the techie side to the management side that I'm going to lose some of my technical prowess. Again, it's not that I'm an idiot. It's not that I don't know what I'm doing. But if someone comes to me and says, well, go make that happen, it's probably take me twice as long and be 80% as good as someone who does it all the time. Vulnerability management, another fun topic. So I have to constantly scan my network, find systems that are not up to par, and get the people to fix them. That last part is always the tricky one of getting people to fix them because they don't want to touch it because it's running the way it's running fine for them. That may be great, but if it's got holes that can be exploited, I want them to patch those holes. Intrusion prevention systems. So this is a big one now on the endpoint side. So attackers have not stopped, but start lessen the amount of attacks going against the servers and network-based systems because we've hardened them as security professionals. We've gotten them to a point that they're relatively hard to break into. So they've said, well, instead of attacking the servers, I'm going to attack the people that are at the endpoints of all the laptops that you guys are typing away on now. The one person who's taking notes on pen and paper, they're secure as far as I'm concerned for IT security. Everyone else with a laptop, you're taking your chances. So if you click on something that's you're not supposed to, downloads the malware, now I've got control of your laptop. All the systems that you've got control over, now I have control over. So it's a huge issue in security now. I'm sure everyone is aware of it. But again, I have to manage that and make sure that endpoint protection is pushed out to all my users. Ingress filtering. Your users love that when you do that, right? When they make that pop-up that says, you've been denied, they love that. Can't go to Facebook anymore. Why not? Why do you need to go to it? To check on my cousins or check on my brother or sister. Okay, that's not a business reason. I'm sorry. Go talk to your manager and have them, if they want you to access Facebook during the day, then I'll put an exception in. Otherwise, forget it. So it's a technical problem, it's a technical solution, but it's all based on the whole reason why it's in place is a business-based reason. And if they want an exception, they got to go to make the business case for it. All right, threat detection. I read a statistic not too long ago that 80% of tools that are purchased today are in the prevention space and only 20% in the detection space. That needs to be closer to 50-50 in my opinion, because what's happening is people throw up the wall and they say, well, I got a wall there. They can't get over that wall, can they? And then they turn around and say, I'm not going to look at that wall anymore. The wall's there. No one can get through. and then they don't see the person with the grappling hook throwing it up on the wall and scaling the wall. They don't look for it. So detection tools need to get on a equal footing with prevention tools, so that we've got complete protection and complete knowledge about our environment. So if anyone's put in a SIM before, security event and incident management, again, that's the type of tool that you want out there to correlate all your events, see what's going on. But then when you get the report, I can't just take the report out of my SIM and hand it to my CIO or my board and say, well, there you go, we're protected. They don't go that and say, yeah, this doesn't make any sense to me. This is like if you hand it to me in Chinese. So I have to interpret that report, give my CIO and give my board something that they can digest and be able to prove that, hey, yeah, the 10 grand a month that we're spending on that SIM solution is worth that money. So again, budget, tools, technology, all stuff you have to take into account if you're going to try and be the top dog for security. All right, incident management. Again, another fun topic that you have to deal with. So as the CISO, I'm expected to know exactly what's happening in my company at all times, and as far as incident management. So if it's a little easier in my current position with a small company. At Comcast, however, as you can imagine, there's always an incident happening all the time. So at any one point, I need to be able to say, well, this incident, we're at this stage, this incident, we're at this stage. We've wrapped up that one, we're closing that investigation out. Here's the report for that last one that happened 2 weeks ago. Do you have any questions about it? You're constantly, in large organizations, you're constantly fighting fires with the incident response, incident management. Again, you're expected to know that all the time. So again, this is the management versus technology skills graph. So if you want to see it in a graphic format, then just me making my funny little hand gestures. I'm not having a seizure up to here, I promise. I don't think so anyway. This is how it's represented graphically. So as you can see, your hands-on, and again, that's the other key point. As you move up the management ranks, hands-on goes down. Those task-oriented skills go down, but your management and leadership skills go up. I would say this is probably, if you're looking for positions in management, this is the progression. So if you look for something as a team lead, that's going to be a step up from your regular staff, supervisor, then you go manager, director, and you can get into the vice president ranks and above. So even though on this graph staff is down at the low end here, in mature organizations there are actually staff, people that would be considered staff, that are higher ranked, as it were, than even a supervisor or manager. It's not that you can't become a super techie and make that a great and very long and fulfilling career. And in some organizations, the higher up tech people are actually ranked or band-wise higher than the managers they might be working for. But again, it's two different tracks. So again, at Comcast, they had 6 levels of engineer. You go all the way up from junior up to they considered a fellow. I didn't know anyone that was a fellow. It's basically getting like a doctorate in information security. But if you got to that level and that rank, I mean, you were basically considered, the guru for the company. So the top ranked engineer was 3 levels above the lowest ranked manager. So if you looked at them on a band level and pay scale level, the lowest ranked manager could actually theoretically be managing someone that was 3 levels above them on the engineering side. But again, it's different tracks. So just be aware if you're trying to move up in the engineering or the management ranks, of where you are relative to the people that are working for you or that you want to work for you. And if one's below or above, that's fine. Just, again, it's something to be aware of. All right, so what kind of certs do you need? Certifications, in my mind, again, like I said before, I'm a cert junkie. One of the reasons, though, is when you do put them on your resume, they will open up doors for you. If you come across a job opening that says CISP required, or CISM required, or equivalent required, if you don't have those letters on your resume, the computer that's scanning that thing will just throw it right in the bit bucket. So the reason to get certs for me is not the job you currently have, it's for the job you want or the job you're applying for next. That's going to show that you know what you're doing and open up those doors for you. The two big ones that I see on the management side is CISM, Starting Security Manager, that's from ISACA, and the CISSP from ISC Squared. Again, either one of those, CISP is a little older and it has a little more, I see a little more often than CISM. A lot of times it says, the job descriptions will say CISP, CISM, or equivalent. So if you can find a certification that is equivalent to those, again, I would still apply for those jobs. All right, so one of the other things you're going to have to do when you're on the manager level is organize your team. There's basically two activities that you can do in any IT organization. You either run the business or you can improve the business. So run the business is the BAU work of setting up servers, making sure people are onboarded and offboarded, all the day-to-day tasks. The improve the business is those projects. So that'll be installing a new system. That'll be replacing a existing system. All those types of activities fall. Everything you do is going to fall under one of those two activities. Again, you can do both and have a long career, but I'll just tell you, when you're on the management side, it's really the projects that get recognized. The BAU stuff, I'll tell you, it just is just that. It's BAU. So if I process 10,000 user requests every year, I'm expected to process 10,000 requests every year. If I process 11,000, do I get a bonus? Not really. But if I only process 9,000 and there's 1,000 left over, then I get dinged. So it's kind of a lose. It's a neutral or lose situation for me for the BAU work. So the projects are the ones that get the most attention. Next, you're going to have a hierarchy for your team. So again, if you're shooting for the top spot, that's going to be generally a director, CISO level. Then you might have some managers or team leads, and then on the staff side, I've always advocated having the 3 layers of architect, engineer, and analyst. And again, you can have any number of tiers within those 3 job descriptions. So you might have analyst 1, 2, 3, engineer 1, 2, 3, and architect 1, 2, 3. And for the most part, the analyst can be doing the day-to-day BAU work. Engineer is going to be off half and half, and architects, they're looking mostly at the improve the organization. So security providers, the latest trend, just like with everything else IT, is to outsource. So for instance, my current organization, I would never have enough people to run a 24/7 SOC, or a security operations center. So I've outsourced that. I've hired a company that every time an alert comes in, they look at it, they do a triage on it, and if it's bad, they send it over to me, and they're doing that 24/7. But they're also doing that not only for me, but for the 10 other companies that they've got on that shift for that SOC. So I only have to pay for 1/10 of a person 24/7 as opposed to an entire team to be around 24/7. So awareness, education, training, again, good thing to outsource. Metrics, application security, again, if you're in a smaller shop, you're not going to necessarily have enough applications going out the door enough to have someone on staff full time, so you can outsource that. Threat detection, again, I just talked about my SOC. DLP and forensics, again, in a smaller shop, forensics are going to be something you do on a one-off basis. It's not going to be something you've need to do all the time, so that's a great thing to outsource. So what's the end result? And again, I know up on here it's a little small, but again, I'll email everyone the slides. Is you need to have a strategy roadmap for your organization, whether that's on the InfoSec side, a the IT side, just in general for where the company is going. And you need to, at the top here, it's how do you add value to the organization? Again, I'm AT security, I'm a cost center, but I still need to add value to the organization in some way, shape, or form. I need to manage the perception of key stakeholders. So my boss is the CIO. His boss is a member of is head of operations and also on the board. I need to manage their expectations and their perceptions of what I'm doing in order to make myself at least seem successful and actually have success and move the organization forward. Critical capabilities. I need to, again, be good at governance. I need to be good at communicating. I need to have a strategy. I need to be a builder. So if I went to a new job tomorrow and they said, well, we just want you to maintain the status quo, we don't want to change anything, I'd say, no, I'm not interested. It's, to me, the changing and improving the organization is where the fun is. If you just want me to come on and steer the ship in the same direction it's always been going, well, that's not the way I work. Again, not going to be change just for change's sake, but if there's a better way of doing it, I'd like to investigate that. So the other thing we always need to manage is our third-party security controls. Again, being able to prove that your controls are actually working. Having a framework, either ISO or 2701 or the critical infrastructure framework, IDLE, some kind of framework that you're working with or working in some version of is going to be critical. Again, risk management. I'm not going to put a $100 lock on a $10 bike, so we got to manage our risks appropriately. Hiring and growth. Again, I want my team members to come on, have a career path, and be able to grow their career, or we can be the minor leagues, and then they learn what they need to here and jump into the major leagues. You got to be able to, especially in security, have that growth path and be able to let people go. Otherwise, people aren't going to work for you. If people see anyone that comes in the organization is stuck there for 5 years and they never get promoted and never get a raise, never get to work on anything different, people aren't going to work for you. And again, last is security culture. So how do we take the security knowledge that I've built up over 16 years and disseminate that out to the rest of my organization? I need to know everything? No. But if I can do a 2-hour education and then a year down the road, someone raised their hand in a meeting and says, wait a minute, I think it says a security impact, we need to call them, that's all I want them to do. If I can get one person each business line to do that, then I've gotten the security culture pushed out to my organization to the point of it's going to help me in the long run. All right, here's my contact info. So this wraps up my presentation. I also run a security networking group. It's called PASTE, Philly Area Security Technology Enthusiasts. We're actually doing a joint meeting with Leo's group, Security Shell. So we're partners, sister organizations, whatever you want to call it. And in 2 weeks, on the 20th, we're going to go to Dave & Buster's, play some games. It's Thursday night football. And there's actually a company that's sponsoring us, so it's free. And you get to talk InfoSec, drink beer, and hang out with other InfoSec folks, just like we're doing today. So if you're interested, just let me know, and I'll get you on the list, and we'll see you in a few weeks. Leo, did you have something else? Yeah, so I try to do this every couple months, either once a quarter or every couple months. So again, it's free, and it's just to get. It's almost like a BSides, but just with on a more frequent basis. So if you like the BSides format, where again you can just come hang out and learn some new stuff, I encourage you to sign up with me and join. Again, no pressure, no. People aren't going to try to sell you stuff if you don't want to listen, but but if you do like what they say, you can get in contact with them, and they'll they will tell you about the technology they've got. All right, thanks everyone for coming out. If anyone wants my info, I've got my cards up here. And thanks everyone for a great lecture, and hope you have a good time with the rest of BSides. Thank you.
Good to go? All right, so sorry for the delay, everyone. We had some technical difficulties. Apparently, technology is inherently difficult. So this is Preventing a Hostile Matrix, a game in virtual reality security called ARMS. I'm Pierre Klemenko, handle AlleyGhost. So I want to open with a quote. What I thought was 50 years away was only 10 years away. And what I thought was 10 years away, it was already here. I just wasn't aware of it yet. Bruce Sterling. There's a reason I bring this quote up. Ultimately, in 2012, I was working with a group called Real Extend, and in IRC, we were talking about the future of virtual reality. Everyone was thinking virtual reality was 15 years away. In 2013, the Oculus Rift debuted on Kickstarter. That was the beginning of commercial virtual reality this cycle. What we thought was 15 years away was 1 year away. So, let's get started. A little bit of a parental advisory at first. Some content may not be appropriate for children or people who cannot realize that we are currently in and walking further into a cyberpunk dystopia. So, who am I? I'm a security consultant with Foresight, a VR developer and entrepreneur, a former collaborator on Real Extend, currently diving into Unity 3D. I'm currently working on the side on VR applications to make tools for use in intelligence and cybersecurity. And I'm a VR cyber pathogen. And of course, I'm also a cyberpunk because fuck you, that's why. So, alphabet soup. Let's get started with some acronyms and definitions because otherwise everyone's going to be lost. VR is virtual reality. It's full immersion, sensory deprivation. Think the Oculus Rift or the HTC Vive. AR, augmented reality. It's basically the HoloLens. It's essentially overlaying a digital HUD onto the real world using basically goggles or glasses. Presence, a sensation tied to VR which causes your high-level brain to realize you're still in VR, but your low-level brain thinks you're actually there. So because we all have basically primitive monkey brains, for lack of a better term, our brain starts to think, wait, I'm actually in this world, and because of that, after about 10-15 minutes, you forget you're in virtual reality. Ultimately, this can cause some very interesting phenomenons and has been known to allow people to forget they're in virtual reality and do stupid stuff like trying to lean on a virtual object or have deeper emotional connection. It's also why it's useful in medical technologies at times. And FPS, frames per second, or how many frames are rendered on the screen within a second. 90 is the minimum required for virtual reality. Otherwise, you're going to get sick. Blame your inner ear. Your inner ear, if you have that distortion between what you see and the sensory deprivation combined with what's expected physiologically, you're going to get sick, nauseous, and might throw up. Not a good thing. And MMI, man-machine interface. You'll understand why I'm bringing this up in a little bit. So, this is not a technical talk. This is a call to action about VR and AR and game security. I'm not here to sell you on VR. It's something you have to experience for yourself. And you have to use a real headset, not one of those junk gear VRs or Google Cardboards or whatever they push at, insert cell phone store here. You need to use something like an actual HTC Vive or an actual Oculus Rift to truly experience it. And this is a warning that the present, let alone the future, is going to be a cyberpunk dystopia. And we need to step in now. So, why are we here? Virtual reality and augmented reality is the next generation of user interfaces. And ultimately, this is going to be when all those problems we overlooked with game security because it's just a game come back to bite us in the ass. This is where everything starts to fold into game security becoming industrial applications and medical technologies. That's right, this is used in medicine, and I will explain in a few. And the hardware and software is coming closer to wetware. What this means is within a decade or two, virtual reality and augmented reality technologies will serve as the basis for cybernetic interfaces. That's right, if technology goes the way it has gone, the code will be reused in cybernetic eyes and things like that, and congratulations, that's possible root access on your actual monkey brain. So, yeah. So another quote, the future is unwritten. There are best case scenarios, worst case scenarios. Both of them are fun to write about if you're a science fiction novelist, but neither of them ever happens in the real world. What happens in the real world is always a sideways case scenario. World-changing marvels to us are just wallpaper to our children. I had a dream. You see, years ago I had a dream that as humanity became connected and more technologically advanced, we developed new tools, not just virtual reality and augmented reality, but cybernetics and even other tools like that. Eventually, the virtual reality and augmented reality technologies we develop now would start to interface directly with our own brains. Unfortunately, this became a nightmare. Because this was unsecure and poorly designed, people were able to be influenced, spied on, or even controlled by malicious attackers. This caused terrorism, crime, and worse. Ultimately, what we really don't want is our insecure technologies now leading to someone being able to crypto-locker your brain 20 years from now. That's ultimately the biggest threat we have in this specific area. If you know the enemy and yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Cliché, but appropriate. The current AR and VR hardware set looks pretty much like this. You've got your Oculus and your Vive, which are your two mainstream high-end headsets. You've got your phones, Gear VR, Daydream. That's all your mobile VR that you would see in a cell phone store, or, also cardboard. But you've got the Fove, which is a experimental foveated rendering headset. It's currently not available, and I think I need to explain this. Foveated rendering uses eye tracking to detect where your pupil is focused, so that way it can select where it's going to focus rendering power, and thereby reduce detail in other areas, so that way only the areas that that are actually in your vision and not in your periphery are highly detailed. This improves quality and frames per second compared to current methods. This is currently experimental, but it's speculated it's going to be in the second generation of consumer headsets, so it's coming soon. I should also note something very important here. Eye tracking is used for things like marketing purposes and analytics. There is a group of people, including some people that worked on the original polygraph, that's working on using eye tracking to do lie detection. Anyone who's familiar with the polygraph knows it only has a 50% effective ratio. They're claiming with eye tracking it's up to 80%. So have fun with that thought. You also got the Meta and the Meta 2 and the HoloLens, which the Meta and the Meta 2 is a tethered, meaning HDMI augmented reality headset, and that plugs directly into your laptop or computer. And then you've got the HoloLens, which is an Intel Atom-based, basically mini computer on your head with 2 gigs of RAM. The problem with the HoloLens is, unfortunately, it's very restrictive and underpowered. And unfortunately, Microsoft does not like you creating custom gestures. And as a developer, that aggravates me. That aggravates me a lot because that restricts what I can develop and what I can experiment with. And then you've got the BT200 and 300 by Epson, which are Android-based augmented reality goggles as well. The BT300 was just released within the last month. Then you've got Google Cardboard, which is, a cardboard box which you stick your phone in and has some lenses. And then you've got other devices as well, just the lay of the land. For input, on the other hand, you've got Oculus Touch and the Vive Wands. The Oculus Touch I do not have much detail on because those are not publicly available yet. Those will be publicly available in December, and I hope to have more information as the technology grows and as I can get a hold of it. The Vive Wands come with the HTC Vive. The Vive Wands, I'll explain a little more later. You've got clickers and remotes, stuff like Daydream and the new Gear VR. Those are based off clickers and remotes. Not exactly very advanced, but it gets the job done. You've also got gesture and motion tracking. There are tools like the Leap Motion, which hopefully at least some people in the room have heard of. You've also got the Manus VR, which is essentially a glove that goes on your arm and your hand, and it uses sensors to actually detect how your hand is moving. And it uses the lighthouse sensor from the Vive's wand to track the movement of the hand itself, or rather the arm itself. And it can do full inverse kinematics and all that stuff. The problem with the Leap Motion is that because it's an infrared camera-based system and has a limited field of view, if there's anything including tracking, it sends it all off. The managed VR does not apparently have that problem. You've also got eye tracking, like I said, foveated rendering. Have fun with the idea of using that for authentication or for marketing data or things like that. Hello, 1984. And you've got wearables, Android Wear, iWatch, Fitbit. All these things have been, on some level, integrated to Unity 3D, which is the most common virtual reality engine. You can pull data from those devices into Unity 3D to do things like health tracking and more. You've also got EEG and other solutions. There are actually devices out there, specifically the ones I can think of off the top of my head, are the Emotive and the Muse, which actually read your brainwaves that you put on your head and reads your brainwaves, so you can actually control the brain, or you can control the computer with your brain. There's also versions which can be used for EEG research and stuff like that. So, you know, if you were to pop a box and someone was wearing one of those, you could literally read the person's mind. Have fun with that thought. And you've got others as well. And this is only the beginning, because there's a lot more coming down the line. And there's also stuff from ranging from treadmills to basically bicycles that are designed for VR. And it's going even further than that. This is only the beginning. So, a couple points of interest on the Oculus itself. Tracking is done with infrared and cameras, constellation system. It uses infrared detectors in one camera by default, but with a touch they're including a second camera. And they're suggesting buying a third camera for room scale tracking. I should note that room scale tracking is essentially, you set up multiple cameras in a room, and as you walk around the room, it tracks you and your movements and the movements of the devices in question. So you can actually physically walk around and interact with things in the virtual world. You've got HDMI and USB for main connections to the system. I'm still waiting on data on their Guardian system, which is their movement boundaries, and the Oculus Touch, which is their motion control systems, because they haven't been released yet. I should also note one more thing. The Oculus Rift, last I checked, uses one HDMI and two USB cables, I think USB 3 cables, for main connections to the system. I'll explain why I'm saying this in a minute. And I should also note that Facebook's privacy policy on the Oculus allows them to slurp all your computer's data. By putting the Oculus drivers and software on your system, according to their privacy policy, you're basically giving them access to everything on your computer. And this is Facebook we're talking about, so we all know how that's going to end. Hi, Zuck. Have total rootkit access on my system. I don't give a crap. So a couple points of interest on the Vive for hardware. Tracking is done with lasers from base stations, the Lighthouse system. The Vive comes with two Lighthouse trackers, which are designed to be put on two opposite corners of the room, but you can also do them right in front of you or whatever. The maximum tracking is supposed to be 5 by 5 meters, so that's about 15 by 15 feet. Front camera for pass-through and chaperone system. The chaperone system, let's say you're walking up to this table right here, it'll actually put a little wireframe of the table or any objects in front of you, so you don't, say, walk into a wall, because head injuries suck. You've got HDMI and USB for main connections to the system. It goes from a headset to a breakout box to the main system, and you plug the headset's cables into the breakout box, and then the breakout box has other cables which go into the back of the system. Now, I should note, in the actual headset itself, you've got a little panel on the top of it which you can pull out. You have one power cable, you have one HDMI cable, and you have one USB cable by default. But you also have a second USB port that you can plug whatever you want into. So you know, if you, say, have a rubber ducky or something like that, have appropriate form factor, just saying, nice little attack vector. And you've got a link box between the headset and the computer. It also acts as a Bluetooth receiver. So this is important because Bluetooth is used for various components, including headset sync with phone for calls and text in VR. So you are literally using the HTC Vive Android app to take calls and do texting in your VR headset. So you are linking your phone to your VR headset, which adds another attack vector there. But on top of that, Bluetooth is also used for control between the controllers and the base stations. And this is all using Bluetooth 4 or LE. And while I think it's encrypted, I have to double check because it looked encrypted, but I was not completely sure if I just didn't manage to properly decode it. But it looks like it's encrypted, thank God. Just imagine the kind of man-in-the-mills you could do with that. So common virtual reality and augmented reality engines. You got Unity 3D, which is your most common one. Unfortunately, because it's heavily based on third-party assets, and unfortunately a lot of game developers don't properly learn how to code and just, hey, say, here's a tutorial. Let's go jump in and sell a couple things for, say, $60 on the asset store and not bother to namespace our code. Or, you know, not doing integer checking, which is rampant. Heck, there's a Valve, I think it was, okay, so Valve on their Steam VR asset, as in Steam Valve, they have not namespaced their code. It gets worse in that I have detected multiple instances where Unity will pop up a little warning saying, hey, there's a null pointer reference. And people ship their plugins and code without making sure they fix the null pointer references, and they charge for this shit. Source code requires extra money, so you can't really audit it if you're an amateur. They want full enterprise access. The most common virtual reality and augmented reality engine. It's C# and Mono based, but it's using an old version of Mono, so yeah, they're in the process of upgrading it, but for now it's limited to .NET 3.5 feature set. So yeah, a bit outdated. It's also using JavaScript and Boo. Boo is a bastard version of Python, which they decide, hey, I know, let's say, you know, Python isn't exactly what we want, so let's just create a new implementation that's similar to Python, has similar syntax, but isn't actually Python. Great job creating your own programming language, guys. We really needed that. And you can also plug in additional language support as well. There's plugins for things like Lua, for example. Unreal Engine assets tend to be more expensive, but I do not have data on those assets yet because money. And source is given when you sign up on GitHub, but not actually open source. So luckily, you just have to sign up for the engine for free and then link your GitHub account, and they'll give you access to their GitHub repositories. And they give you access to Unreal Engine and Unreal Tournament source code, which is always nice because you can actually audit it, and there have been audits done. But it's not actually open source. You can't redistribute it outside that EULA. It's the second most common virtual reality and augmented reality engine. Doesn't quite have the support that Unity does, though. It's C++ based. Unfortunately, there's a lot of legacy code in there. Up until last year, there was, let's see, what was it? Up until like up until last year or early this year, there was AES code in there, which they thought they could actually modify. They thought it was a good idea to try and modify the cipher, so that way they could try and make it so if the stream was interrupted, it wouldn't break things. We're talking about a stream cipher, people. Congratulations. So Blueprint's visual scripting is a baked-in option. Essentially, it's node-based scripting, which you just connect the nodes and expose classes in C++ to that, so you can use those. But there's also a third-party JavaScript plugin for it from NCSoft. The state of game and virtual reality development today. Game assets and tutorials, especially tied to Unity 3D, are horrible from a security standpoint and horrible from a code quality standpoint. A lot of these don't bother to do integer checking, or for that matter, namespace their code. And that is why I want to scream sometimes, because unfortunately, when you're working with Unity 3D, you're going to have a lot of assets where you're going to have to just overhaul things for things you paid a good amount of money for, just because people can't be bothered to fix their stuff because they didn't know any better. Game developers usually don't have any security mindset at all, or they think security is DRM and anti-cheat rather than anti-shell. Luckily, MMOs seem to be the exception, but that is the exception and not the rule. Luckily, this seems to be changing. I recently saw news that Bohemia Interactive, who made the Arma series, has recently added security exploits and vulnerabilities to their bug tracker for private reporting. Luckily, these guys seem to be taking it seriously, but I suspect that might be tied to the fact that they had O-Day dropped at DEF CON on their game. A lot of engines don't encrypt their netcode in chat. Luckily, this seems to be changing, and people are using OpenSSL more for encrypted netcode, but people still don't bother to encrypt their chat. And unfortunately, the primary chat protocol I can think of that would be useful, which will go unnamed, is GPL implementation based and doesn't have properly documented information on it. So the only way to make any sort of implementation is to derive from GPL code. And unfortunately, the developer who will go unnamed thought it would be a good idea to try to charge an open source project that tried to re-implement that protocol in another programming language, $2.5 million for licensing because they didn't want to use the GPL. There's now a court case over this, apparently. Really, this isn't helping anyone. So, technical considerations and game development mentality. Virtual reality requires 90 frames per second, otherwise you're going to get physically sick. This is a physiological response from the inner ear. This is not a technical limitation. This is a wetware limitation. Most game developers have no security background, and most CS programs do not bother to teach secure programming or security mindset. This extends to game development programs and other programs, as well as schools and tutorials. Bad habits form early and are hard to break, so this is ultimately an application security problem. This really ultimately comes down to application security. And a lot of bad third-party code comes into play as well. Virtual reality developer mentality in particular needs to be having some specific notes on. Virtual reality requires us to throw the entire user interface and user experience book out the window. The objective now is to focus on how the interface feels first and build it from there. So we do a lot of rapid prototyping. User tests are common and are trying to make the interface feel more natural, not artificial. The idea of, oh, well, I'm going to hit a button or I'm going to check a checkbox or whatever. If it's natural feeling, maybe. But if it's like, oh, I'm going to hold a tab and do yada, 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 hitting buttons or moving sliders, that's not what people are trying to do, because ultimately the objective is to make things feel more natural and make it feel more visceral. Programmers are also user experience designers, and the gap is closing every day. Luckily, this is a good thing. Virtual reality and augmented reality are still very experimental though, and there are very few best practices in place. And most of them are along the lines of stay seated and develop for seated environments, or make sure the user doesn't get sick. There's nothing really there about code quality or anything like that, just like basic, how to make people not get sick and how to do user experience over code quality. Rapid prototyping is key, and a lot of designs and code get thrown out because it fails usability testing. Google's suggested turnaround time for prototyping is 2 days. So you're actually developing these tests for user experience and user interface design in 2 days and determining whether you're going to keep it or throw it out. Not much time for code quality there. And code quality, as I have been saying, is often the last thing on a developer's mind. Unfortunately, because the speed of development, most people don't really have time for that. So another interesting quote: the most interesting thing about virtual reality that you can't find out anywhere is the feeling of the actual feeling of presence. And the feeling of being in virtual reality, it's not something that can be communicated by talking about it. You very quickly accept the fact that you're in a different place. The feeling is something incredibly novel. It's a visceral experience to be able to trick yourself into believing you're somewhere else. That's a quote by Aaron Koblin, who is a virtual reality developer, and he's right. Ultimately, as much as I could stand up here blowing air saying, oh, well, we need to develop for this, our next thing, and it's a totally different thing, until you say go to Christiana Mall and go to the GameStop there and try the Vive, which I suggest everyone do, you're not going to understand what I'm talking about, because ultimately it is a completely different experience to what we've experienced up till now. So, very specific note on presence, but first I want everyone to watch this GIF because it's perfect. So, what we just saw here is the kid was so immersed in virtual reality that he forgot that the object in front of him was not physical, leaned over, and oh. So, there's a reason for this GIF. as much as I talk about presence and stuff, the reality is because you have that process of not realizing you're in virtual reality at one point, there's a possibility where, say, if the chaperone system did not detect, say, the stairs in front of you, you might take a fall. Just saying, if you don't see your cat, that could end badly. Yeah. So ultimately, we're on new horizons. And virtual reality and augmented reality require new design methodologies, and old design methodologies are obsolete, and there must be a more organic and natural feeling in how they work. Everything is still experimental, and no one really knows what works best yet. And there's a lot of research and development going on to figure out what works best, from everywhere from Google to Facebook to startups. Ultimately, everyone is working on this in the big fields, and a lot of people, including Mark Zuckerberg himself, have been pushing this pretty heavily. So ultimately, we need to jump on this now before it gets real bad. Virtual reality and augmented reality are Web 1.0 stage, but that's a good thing because it gives us a chance to step in before things go horribly wrong. Ultimately, it's better to bake security in from the early days than to have to bolt it on later. So there's one very specific reason I'm bringing this up. This is the Gartner hype curve, which shows from left to right the process of building hype, then coming down to earth, and then actually building practicality to the plateau of productivity over here. So ultimately, human augmentation is right here. Augmented reality is right here, and virtual reality is right here. So augmented reality is just finishing bottoming out, and then virtual reality is just starting to come up to being practical. Virtual reality and augmented reality are 5 to 10 years out from being at the plateau, and human augmentation is more than 10 years out. There's a very specific reason to bring up human augmentation now. Also, I should note that machine learning is 2 to 5 years from plateau and just approaching peak hype. So expect a crash on that soon, because this has been a very accurate model. This is basically based on mobile and all that stuff, and we are ultimately coming into a new mobile phase. So another thing I need to point out, ultimately this is going to be very big financially and business-wise as well. Augmented reality by 2020 is going to be a $90 billion business according to DigiCapital, and according to DigiCapital, virtual reality will be $30 billion. These are going to be extremely big, and these are going to be extremely vulnerable unless we act now. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because we're looking at the next mobile, and ultimately, if we don't fix this now, we're going to be hurting later, just like how we're hurting now because Android was a mess security-wise at the beginning, and no one was bothering. So another quote, does virtual reality provide us with new ways to augment, enhance, and experience reality, or does it undermine and threaten that reality? Virtual reality is equally prone to portrayal as either the bearer of bright utopian possibilities or dark dystopian nightmares, and both these views have some basis to recommend them. And that's from Derek Stenvosky, or however you pronounce his name. Sorry. So there are problems on the horizon, unfortunately. We're going to have shells, some of them with ghosts in them, privacy, and other nasties. So we're going to obviously have O-Day all over the place. Unfortunately, as much as we want to push software development lifecycle changes, people don't care. They really don't. Not until they get bit. Then you've got privacy, and I'll bring that up in a moment, but you've also got other nasties. Think about malware, for example. Think about IoT botnets, crypto lockers, things like that, because that's going to be hitting this as well. So this is where privacy comes in. I'm sure everyone knows about Pokemon Go and how, hey, let's request access to everything on the phone and everything on the Google account to play Pokemon. What? I mean, sometimes it's not malicious, sometimes it's just complete and total fail or QA fail, which this apparently was. But yeah, what? ultimately what it comes down to is this is ultimately going to be used for spying, intelligence, and everything else. I should note explicitly that Sony is working on Sony has patented contact lenses, which act as both a camera and an augmented reality display device. Contact lenses, and you thought Google Glass was bad. This is going to be a mess privacy-wise, and we need to act soon. We're going to have to establish some practice to fix this. Current uses of virtual and augmented reality include entertainment, everything from movies to games to music videos. Commerce. There's shopping apps. There's people using it in, real estate and all those markets. And you've got industrial applications such as CAD. And you've got vehicle interfaces. I think it was Mercedes was working on an augmented reality headset for use in their cars. Medical devices. And not just medical devices. It's being used to train surgery and perform surgery. And it's also being used for treatment of things like PTSD and phantom limb syndrome. So phantom limb syndrome, in case anyone doesn't know, if your arm gets blown off, you have this really nasty sensation because your brain still thinks the arm is there, but it's not actually there, so it's really painful. Virtual reality is being used to help treat this, among other things. And it's also being used by military intelligence, law enforcement, and emergency services. Apparently, law enforcement agencies are even using virtual reality to practice for hostage rescue situations a lot faster than they were, because previously they had to build up kill houses to actually practice clearing rooms. Now they can just scan the room and put it in VR and they're done. Practice that way. It's also being used for court cases. And there was recently a news story about how they're using virtual reality to hunt down the last Nazi war criminals by recreating Auschwitz to try and determine who was actually telling the truth about what they could actually see. So they've actually gone after at least one Nazi war criminal that's still alive. Well, was still alive. He died right before being extradited. But they've been going after the last remaining Nazi war criminals to chase them down with this technology. It's not exactly uncommon. At this point, it's going to be getting more common. But what's the worst that could happen? I mean, really, what could possibly go wrong here? I mean, this is actually based off a mock-up of an actual device that's being developed by a defense contractor, I should mention. This is actually something that they're working on. This could not possibly go wrong. I mean, oh no, I'm just going to say that the UAV Reaper video was here, and I'm going to say there's an enemy right here, even though there's not, and project that enemy right there, and I'm going to make it look like he's about to fire, and then all of a sudden, you have other guys thinking, oh my God, I'm being attacked, and then you wind up having people reveal their positions or shooting themselves. It could end badly. But luckily, it's not all bad. Here is actually a picture of virtual reality being used to treat PTSD in veterans. Ultimately, this is being used to treat medical problems. This is also being used to treat people in therapy and things like that. There's a lot of research going on right now as far as psychology and therapy and how virtual reality can be used to treat those. Furthermore, augmented reality could be used for things like teaching people social skills. You've got this, which is an actual product. I will redact the name. But it actually displays windows and can actually display windows, as in like Excel, in virtual reality and a virtual reality desktop. So you can actually move your windows like this and this and this and just look around all over the place. And while unfortunately the technology right now is kind of limited because the screens are ultimately 1080p in each eye, so text is really blocky. It's projected within 5 years. Actually, it was projected like 2 days ago by Michael Brash over at Oculus that in 5 years it's going to be at 4K in each eye, and then soon after that it'll probably be at 8K. And then you've got tools like Google Tilt Brush, which is ultimately used for creative stuff such as painting in 3D space, and can ultimately possibly be used for other purposes such as making movies, music videos, whatever. Ultimately, there are other potentials that actually allow this to be completely awesome. This is a Leap Motion demo right here. and they're actually able to detect hand movement, and I'm pretty sure that's a Vive wand, where they can actually manipulate a map and do things to look at places. This is only the beginning. And on top of that, this is a Meta 2 demo from the Meta 2 augmented reality headset, where they are able to project 3D interfaces in the real world. So ultimately, while it sounds bad, there are a lot of very interesting use cases we're coming up on. And ultimately, this is only the beginning, and no one really knows where this is going to go yet. But all we know is that if this continues the way it is, it's either going to be really good or really bad, but it has the potential to be really good. Just imagine that for cybersecurity. So who controls the past, or who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past. That's a 1984 quote, and it had to be done. So a bit of legacy VR. Does anybody remember this thing? The reason why this sucked is because they skimped on the hardware and they were shining lasers into people's eyes. Yes, how could that possibly go wrong? Virtual reality was a mess. Ultimately, the hardware was not powerful enough back in the 90s when the last boom was. Even into the early 2000s, it was not powerful enough. We're only just now getting hardware powerful enough to truly power these things. And virtual reality ready laptops are literally only just now hitting the market. Up until now, there have been technology limitations such as NVIDIA Primus and graphics card power switching, and not actually directly interfacing with the graphics card on HDMI, which have been causing issues up till now. Now they're finally starting to fix it on like the laptops that have been released in the last month. Historically, VR failed because the hardware wasn't powerful enough. Now it is, and the hardware is getting more powerful every day. Luckily, the current generation is a lot more powerful and doesn't have anywhere near as many issues. And with gesture controls, more powerful hardware, and more experience developing, it means it's going to be a truly amazing time to be in VR and AR. Ultimately, the big reason why displays, specifically for the Oculus and the Vive, have come into play the way they have is because they initially started using the mobile displays from phones in the headsets. So these headsets you're getting now for virtual reality are actually using phone displays. So technology leapfrogged with mobile and is now going into virtual reality based on mobile technologies. Ultimately, you've got the Vive ones, the Lighthouse base stations, and the Vive itself with the pass-through camera right there, and you've got the Oculus CV1 with the headset and the Oculus Touch controllers. And, you know, ultimately, the future's going to look bright. So, in the next 5 to 10 years, virtual reality and augmented reality are likely going to become the next user interface of choice for computing. Ultimately, these two technologies will likely merge into one headset and will ultimately likely be two modes of the same headset in the near future. They're guessing in certain circles it's likely to be 2 or 3 hardware generations out before this happens. So guess about 3 to 4 years, probably. Right now we have controllers and gesture control is coming soon. And by gesture control, I mean gesture control without having something in your hand. We can already do stuff with gesture control with the wands, but soon it's going to be hand tracking based. Google recently filed a patent for actual hand tracking in 3D space from mobile VR. So it looks like they're going to be using Google Tango to track hands in VR headsets using Daydream within the next few hardware generations. Right now, the reason they don't do that is because the hardware is too big to be in the same system. 10 to 20 years out, though, is where we really need to be worried, although we really need to be working on this now. The virtual reality and augmented reality systems of today and the code of today is going to be rolled into the interfaces in cybernetics and man-machine interfaces later on. And this is what truly scares me, because having looked at this code for so long, I am truly terrified that someone will get root on my brain if I have cybernetics and it's using this code. I am truly terrified of that. And ultimately, privacy and malware is the near future, and cybernetics is a decade or two away, but the cards are all falling into place as we speak. And ultimately, It may seem like it's science fiction, but historically, technology has shown people reuse code all the time. And ultimately, Unity is currently the most common tool for virtual reality development. And because people like to reuse code, I have a really bad feeling about this. So, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Wise words from Winston Churchill. So, historically, security has been an afterthought. Money, time, and ignorance have killed us so far. And if this continues, this might physically kill us, as in like, kind of dead. We have a chance to do it right this time, though. And ultimately, we have to learn from the past. Historically, we've had bolt-on security measures, HTTPS, OTR, things like that. And historically, security hasn't been usable. But now with VR, the focus on usability more than anything else. Anything and everything we do has to be non-invasive. We cannot have little checkboxes pop up saying, oh, update your antivirus or stuff like that. People aren't going to want that at all. And ultimately, usability is going to be bigger more than ever now. It has to be completely and totally transparent. And we have to decentralize, distribute, secure, and encrypt everything. Ultimately, if this technology starts going the way it looks like it's going to go, and I'm going to just jump into La La Land for a second, but if we start getting to the point where this starts going into cybernetics, do we really want our brains connected to the internet at all times? Hi, Google. Have fun drawing everything from my brain. Virtual reality and augmented reality are next generation interfaces for military and medical tech, let alone everything else. So ultimately, we do have to pay attention to this. Right now, the Navy is actually experimenting with an augmented reality visor for divers in combat situations, where they can overlay things like instructions on how to defuse a bomb. So, hi, let's hack this and change it so you cut the blue wire or the red wire, and boom! So, what can we do now? Now's the time to demonstrate and fix these problems before they become widespread. Ultimately, time is ticking every second we talk. Time is ticking every second we sit around going, oh, let's just hunt O-Day and whatever. And security bugs in gaming and related code, those need to be fixed. Any way we can get access to them, we need to fix it, and we need to start establishing a security and application security mindset in not just virtual reality and augmented reality communities, but game developer communities as well. Proper secure programming and design must be hammered into education, and it's not optional anymore, people. We can't just say, oh, it's an elective class. No, this has to be baseline programming classes. And we can't just say, oh, well, here's how you code, now here's how you secure. No, it has to be all in the same class and all at the same time, and teach how to do it properly from the start. Otherwise, this is going to end horribly. And we have to design the future to be distributed and decentralized and secure. We really do not want to centralize this stuff, and we are going to need new specifications and standards. And I have a history of working on that stuff. I've got some coming. So what must we not do? And this is important. The future is bright, but if we bring it down with doom and gloom, we're done. And it's going to end horribly. Ultimately, VR and AR has amazing potential. And when we're in the security echo chamber, we start going doom and gloom, doom and gloom. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear, oh, well, we need to be careful, otherwise we're going to get popped. Why do they care? Oh, we're going to terrify them? Well, that'll either stifle innovation or make them ignore us completely as chicken littles. We must not alienate the game and virtual reality developer communities. I'm going to say this right now. The virtual reality community in particular is a lot more diverse than InfoSec is. And I hate bringing diversity into this because this is not that talk. But we must not be assholes the way we have been, because ultimately, by being assholes, we shut people out. When we alienate people by acting like pricks, we kind of can't get our point across. And we must not push security at any cost, because performance is king, and performance is king, and the king will not be dethroned. Ultimately, that 90 frames per second number is not optional. It has to be at least that fast at all times. It cannot dip below that or people will get physically sick and then it's game over for that. So if we try that, welcome to Ignored Township, population, InfoSec. So ultimately we're going to need a plan of action. The best option we have now is to reach out to game, augmented reality, and virtual reality developers and those who teach them. Ultimately, we have a chance to fix this now and do it right from the start, or at least the start of virtual reality. And we can't do this alone. As much as we want to say, oh, look at me, I found O-Day, ultimately that O-Day is probably going to have several others like it. So just finding one O-Day is not going to help. But if we can get people to properly secure their code ahead of time, we can reduce O-Days overall. And then, you know, the O-Day might be more special. And also, we have less O-Days to worry about, which could cause less harm. Always a good thing, unless you like to pimp vulnerabilities all day long. Maybe a bad thing, then maybe a good thing because then it drives the price of O-Days up on the market. Teach people how to securely program and a security mindset. This isn't just buffer overflows. This is, for example, teaching them that just because SQL injection is a hot topic, and I have actually seen this personally, I had a student from an unnamed school approach me with a project they worked on, and they wanted me to check it for SQL injection. They were sending the SQL statement from the client over the wire to the middle server, and then running that same SQL statement that they crafted on the client, as in the full SQL statement, on the back end. You don't need to inject that. All you really need to do is just say, hey, I'm going to send an SQL statement, and you're just going to execute it, whatever. Remote code execution, done. So ultimately, just because you hear SQL injection is a hot topic does not mean you actually have to inject if someone does something like that. And unfortunately, this was apparently done out of laziness and because they didn't know any better. I wound up having to spend 30 minutes trying to explain this to them. And we have to root out bugs and mitigate them so they are harder to have happen again. And we have to create and enforce standards and specifications for not just secure but also ethical virtual reality, augmented reality, and game development. Because ultimately, we do not want someone going, oh, look at me, I'm going to be the cyber god, and everyone using this is going to be forced to worship me or I will kill them in real life. Or, oh, I'm going to remove the log out button, and if you die in game, you die in the real world. Sword Art Online. So, one final quote. The way technological revolutions actually happen involves smart people working hard on the right problems at the right time. Look to your left, look to your right. Everyone in here is working on something. And ultimately, it may or may not be someone in this room, but we are on the forefront of fixing this. We're on the forefront of developing tools, technologies, security, everything. And if it's not us, it might not get done, period. Because we can't rely on someone else to take action. We can't rely on someone else to actually fix this because ultimately, someone else might not be thinking about the same things. Or they might be thinking about the same things, but they might think someone else will take care of it. Ultimately, we need to actually get our butts in gear in order to get this done. So, any questions? Yeah. Haptics, yeah.
Some of that stuff.
Yeah, haptics.
So when you look at, I wasn't really sold. So what's going on with, I guess, implementing, tactile?
Tactile and haptics, that's currently being researched, but there isn't much beyond pressure controls and maybe a little bit of, I'm guessing, electronical stimulation to cause sensations. That's really a very emerging area of the technology, and that's only going to become more over time, but it's not there yet. Yeah. Yeah.
One thing about that is there's new technology that's coming out in a few months, I think. They basically hook multiple subwoofers in different areas on vests for when you're playing games in VR like Call of
The sub pack?
Yeah.
That's already on Amazon. You can already buy those. And yeah, those are nice, but that doesn't cover things like wetness and stuff like that. It only covers impact. Anyone else? Yeah. The HoloLens in particular, they restrict you to a certain set of gestures. And the certain set of gestures are very much inspired by mobile. But the problem is that when you have a restricted set of gestures, you're not able to experiment with real natural-based interfaces.
So if you set that aside and use your own back-end video processing, is the display API still good? Are you restricted in some weird way?
The hardware is extremely weak on the HoloLens, and it's a limitation of the HoloLens itself. Ultimately, it's only got 2 gigabytes of RAM, which means you can't even run Unreal Engine on it. And it's extremely limited in using an Intel Atom processor. Its limitations are not just API, but also hardware. And the hardware is what makes it go from being potentially really useful, if they were to just fix those gesture controls, to being extremely limited. Ultimately, a lot of the things we're going to want to do in the virtual reality and augmented reality communities are going to require a lot more power than that. And the power itself is the problem.
Is there anything on the horizon that is better than that?
Tethered is going to be a lot more powerful. There's also the BT300, which is Android-based, but I don't have the technical specs on that.
AR?
Augmented reality, yeah. Also, Oculus is working on a mid-range solution, which is going to be VR without a tether, without a computer. So it looks like they're going to be possibly doing that at Oculus as well in the VR front. They only just barely teased that at Oculus Connect a couple days ago, though, so no one really has any details on that outside Facebook. Hang on. Yeah? No, that's 90 frames per second in both eyes. Yeah. So you're literally running 90 frames per second on 2 displays simultaneously. Yeah. Yes, I have, and it's extremely underpowered, and frankly, the hardware is not up to snuff. It seems, so when Sony announced the PlayStation Pro, they said that their intent was to try and compete with PC gaming in order to try and do 4K, but it doesn't actually do 4K, it just upscales. The problem with PlayStation VR is that the hardware is not powerful enough, and it's too low resolution, and it looks very smeary. The graphics themselves are actually nauseating. So that, I suspect, is going to do more harm than good. Anyone else? Yeah. Kill it with fire? I don't want that. Why do you think I have a Vive? Anyone? Yeah.
As far as security goes, how do you think that's actually going to like manifest itself? Is this going to be like something where the community is going to have to come up with like a set of standards or something like that that everybody kind of agrees to?
It's going to have to be that and further education on secure programming and application security. It's also going to require more tooling that we don't have yet, possibly static analysis and other tools just to make sure things are secure, as well as getting people to stop being lazy, which we know will never happen, but, you know, unfortunately people like to be lazy, and that causes a lot more issues than you would think. Yeah?
How does the entire community even approach taking on the security risks of that? Game developers in the past haven't liked change at all.
Ultimately, we're going to have to drop some O days. That's my suspicion. Ultimately, it might require a few DEF CON talks with a few O days in order to get them to wake up. That's my guess. And I mean O days as in like publicly revealing for the first time, not even responsibly disclosing O days. Things like that. We might need to do some irresponsible disclosure very publicly to get the message across. Anyone else? Bueller? Bueller? Thank you.
data be processed in memory to avoid I/O to disk. The memory is fast, right? And considering the performance, I use C++ to develop most of it, and using 0MQ for transferring. You know, 0MQ is a very good message middleware, for it can handle over 1 million messages per second in one process easily, and its communication mode is very easy to use. And the author of 0MQ, Peter, developed a new message middleware named NanoMessage. It's also worth a try. I know that Peter got cancer several years ago, and just several days ago, he chose to euthanasia. It's a very sad news. Here, may him be peace in heaven. Also, I linked of one of his blog article, on the right bottom. His protocol of dying is one of his articles, so it's worth a look. Getting back to the topic, the second one is another one is horizontal partitioning. Horizontal partitioning means we have to split the data to the data unit that's independent with other data units. So, in this way, we can process each unit separately. And processing data units separately means we can extend the processing nodes, right? So, we can easily improve the processing performance. The last but not the least is tiered sampling. Tiered sampling refers to that we do not sampling on the whole data set. For NetFlow is already kind of sample data, right? Sampling again is more like to increase the sampling rate. It's meaningless. And also, sampling on the whole data set will, miss some least but important data. That's not the result we want. And we only sampling on the, big head data, like 48, IP48, Google's IP, and like domain name woo.com. We can set a progressive filter rate, like a occurrence count below 100, we do not filter. And occurrence count over 100 and below 1,000, we filter half of them. And occurrence count over 1,000, we will omit 90% of them. In this way, the less data will be kept, while the big head data can be filtered to a small amount and can still keep its statistical characteristics. We can still see what we want to say while not miss a thing, and the data amount needs to be processed in real time can be reduced significantly. The following is how to deal with big data. Is our architecture diagram, and it's too specific. I keep this data modeling and the feature selection here, but I don't want to dive into too details. So I keep it here. If you are interested in it, we can talk it in private. Besides, I list a very big besides here. After feature selections, we discussed the data collecting point and how to deal with big data in real time, and the slides about data modeling and data feature selection. Those covers most of the key points in the whole process, but there are some issues, some interesting issues requires our attention. So here I listed a large size. The first one is MO, the managed object. For some people do security guard at the corporation boundary, they have a very good perspective of the MO. They can get like a group of hosts is a cluster of MySQL, MySQL, the database cluster, right? They can get IP list is a proxy server. So it means something. So they can develop specific monitoring and defense strategy based on the specific MO, right? But on backbone network monitoring, there's no clear MO for me. The only one available for me may be the domain name obtained from the PDNS system. We can mapping an IP to a specific domain name. Then I can, according to the domain name, to do the further speculation. The second one is partial data. Partial data, this one is very important. It refers to the situation detect perhaps only be parts of the data. Because we collecting data in the backbone router and lots of attacks such as sunflower traffic. Their traffic flow is forced. They're not real. So there are two possibilities. We might see the traffic flows to the victim, while, but we cannot see the reply flow comes from the victim. And the second one is the attack traffic comes from the target IP, IP's internal, so we cannot see the attack flow. But we can see the reply flow to the spoofed force. It's a little tricky. But these are the real cases of partial data we can see in our net flow data. Can you get me? I'm not an English native speaker, so might be problem to express my detail. It's okay. So when we do detection, one single rule for a completely idealized situation is far from enough. For one attack type, we may need many rules, each rule for different possible situations. Like the partial data, we only can the traffic in, or we only can see the traffic out. And each rule for a different color case. The third is ICMP as side indicator. This one is interesting. We know that ICMP itself can be used for attack, like a pin flood, right? Moreover, according to our statistic, most of ICMP flow spike are normally related to other attacks. For example, scanner will scan to the IP may not exist, or the IP with the port are not active, right? Scanner, they are blind. They don't know the target. What they want to do is to find the active target, right? And also, DRDOS reflection flows to the victim's random and open port. And also, DRDOS, the attacker might use some reflector. The reflector is dead one. So all these situations will bring some ICMP enrichable traffic, right? So therefore, if you cannot make sure whether an IP is normal or not, you can check its ICMP data for more details. ICMP data will tell you some specific about the situation they have been. And if you are wondering whether your detection covers the majority of the anomaly, it might be a good idea to check whether all ICMP spike related IP had been detected or not. The fourth is integrate combined with the third-party data. Third-party data will not only complement the data dimensions, which we cannot get from the net flow, but also can help us to refine our detection rules and to refine our detection policy, which I will discuss later. Finally, the backbone network monitoring, although it's very effective, but its inability to some situations like HTTP, slow HTTP attack. Since net flow is sampled, slow HTTP flood will not be shown on the net flow. There's no silver bullet. So with backbone data, something we can do, but something we can't. Having done so much, what do we got? This is a screenshot on our dashboard. We can monitor the vast majority of the real-time scanning events, the vast majority of DDoS attack events, and attack changing tendency, and so on. More important, we got the profile. The profile is a data. It's a IP status data. In a specific time window, and with the profile, we have the backtracking ability, and coupled with formation third-party data, we can continuously check out the history profile, to extract or to refine our detection rules. Here, I talked to security availability and how I made it. Hope to be helpful for you. But at the same time, we are not only share our method. We are all
find is your greatest challenge getting started?
Pardon?
What was the most difficult getting started?
Most difficult to collect the data, I think. Yeah. Because we have different collecting point, for net flow, DS data, the sample, the virus sample, Trojan sample. This is the most important part for our work. Okay, please.
You put some website up to make your data available. Are any of the tools you use for anything open source, or are they all proprietary?
You mean the open source?
The tools you use to you're processing quite a lot of data. Are any of the tools you use to process the data open source, or is it all proprietary?
Particular. The DRM Q is open source, right? But the most of part I wrote it by myself.
Okay, but did you keep it proprietary, or is it available for most of the
No, just
yeah. Just thought I'd ask.
Questions? If you have time, could you go over some of the slides that you fast forwarded through earlier?
You mean the data modeling, big
Yeah.
data, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're interested, it's okay, yeah. I'm not an English native speaker, so I prepare scripts.
Oh, cool.
Let me see. What's your favorite part, dealing with the big data or data modeling or the feature selection?
Actually, if you could go through all of them, that would be awesome.
Okay. Okay, this one. This is the architecture diagram of our system. Data flows from the left to the right and to database finally. At the left, each dispatcher connects to one data collecting point and split the data to proper unit and pass the data unit to right ETL model. Splitting config or say the horizontal partitioning policy can be loaded in the dispatcher. This one. Sorry. This is the next. What's the next? Dispatcher only do data receiving and sending. So according to our config, so if the original partitioning policy is not good enough, then I can change the config and reload it. It's very fast. The ETL is the most heavy part in all steps. Here we do all data format unification, accumulation, calculation, statistics, and pass the data to at the proper time. The proper time means such as we already accumulate enough data for the next step, or such as the processing time window is already over, and so on. Then is the engine. Engine here means the rule-based matching engine, and the data here will be judged to black, white, or gray. And the engine here has two key points. The first is we have to implement an efficient algorithm for matching process, and the second is we have to define specific, effective, and sufficient data features for matching rules. We have data flow data. Anybody here familiar with net flow data? Yeah. Okay. So I just simply describe it. Each line means one net flow. It has start time, end time. Here I show its duration. Equals to end time minus the start time. And the source IP, source port, destination IP, destination port, different TCP flags. TOS means type of service. It's a TCP flag. And how many packages in this flow and how many bytes this flow transfer. Also, we have BGP numbers, but I don't show it here. Just in mind we have it. See, in one flow, there are two IP here, right? Either on source position or destination position. So, if we want to see whether something security events happening, something security events my data model, multi-layer net pivot model. I don't want to abbreviate to MLNP. It's not a good name, so I just call it multi-layer net pivot model. It has two aspects. The first is net pivot. It means we have to say at least in or out two directions. And the second is multi-layer. It's the common data analysis operation, like the drill down and roll up, it. And so we have to say not the IP situation, but also to every IP to specific protocol, or IP to protocol with every specific port. Now, here's the feature matrix we use. Here's including all features I use. Left in, right out. By passing through all feature matrix, we can get one feature. First, we have to choose a direction, in or out, and then we choose the data terms. Let's omit the spike type of spike ratio at the bottom. So each direction has 8 related terms, and every data terms can be organized in a heavy data map. Finally, choose one statistical method. The map length, map dispersion, value sum, so on. So our let's take the about the second one in IP count map, and as an example, so we can calculate how many unique IPs comes in, and what's the IP dispersion. The in-talk IP is concentrated or dispersed, right? And also, what's the average count of all in IP, and which IP is the biggest, the top one, and what percentage each IP accounted for, and so on. It should also be noticed that there are some data terms, so some columns are on green background, right? What I mean is the green method can only be combined with the green data terms. Say method column, the key average, and the bottom right, key average. This method can be only combined with duration count map, the package count map, and package size count map. Respectively representing the average duration, the average package count, or the average package size. For only these 3 data terms are continuous variables, while the others is discrete variables, right? So we cannot say that the average IP of IP1 and IP2 is IP 1.5, right? It's meaningless. And the last one is flow spike, right on the bottom. Flow spike is a good feature, for like DDoS attack. Many kinds of DDoS attack are bandwidth consumption attacks. So, aim to using the huge amount of traffic to tear down online services to this kinds of attack always comes with a flow spike. And so here we have to introduce it to our feature matrix. For an IP with a specific protocol, on IP with protocol and with every specific port, is there a spike? If there is, what kind of spike it? Flow count spike is one kind of spike, right? Or package count spike. In one flow, there might be many packages, and it's also flow byte spike. Maybe one flow, the package is the same, but the flow package size is shows a very huge spike. It's also anomaly. So different attacks may have different spike types. So right now our data modeling is looks more like this. For each IP or IP with protocol or IP protocol port, so we can to see the in, out, and 2 directions. And actually we have over 100 features, but while here I just list some of them. This is our completely data model. While in specific detection cases, we don't need them all. We just need some specific cases, specific features is enough. So let's see how to choose the feature in specific cases. definition easy, right? As it's a scanner, so its out talk IP should be scattered, right? It's a scanner. Out talk IP should be scattered. While it's a port scanner, so its out talk port should be concentrated to one or more, a few specific port, right? And it's a thin scanner, so its out TCP flag dispersion should be concentrated to thin flags, right? So is it enough? With these three basic features, we definitely can, get the thin port scanner, but it's far from enough. Some thin flash source will be mistakenly captured by these rules, by these three basic rules. So we need to eliminate it. In our data, we can see some thin flash attack is against whole class C subnet, or even bigger. So we must check whether the out talk IP slash 24 is scattered or not. Also, some thin flag will carry an extra payload to conceal more benefits. So we can use the out talk package average size to as a filter. And also, scanner normally detect each IP only once. Port scanner only detects every IP only once. So its out duration average would be definite 0, and only in 1 second. And its out talk IP count average should be definite 1. Can you get me? So with these 4 BSides features, so we can eliminate the thin flash source noise and get the pure thin port scanner. Let's omit this one, and I have a question here. We can see that although we have more than 100 features, but only some specific features we are already enough for when it comes to a specific case, right? Here I have a question. Suppose we can see IP is outflow appears very huge spike, and out TCP flag is concentrated to thin and egg. So the question is, how many possibilities this IP could be? Do you have the answer? Selection? It's outflow. No. Yeah. So the question is, the first question is, how many possibilities, the outflow spike rate is high with its out TCP flag is concentrated to thin and egg. This the only thing we can say. So how many possibilities? The first question. And the second question is, we can add more features to distinguish the variety of possibilities. So what feature can we use? I don't see the answer right now. If you are interested in it, we can talk in private. If your answer is right, I'll send some present for you from China. The answer is 3. You can think what different 3 possibilities this could be. Outflow spike is very huge, and its out TCP flag is concentrated to thin and egg. There are 3 possibilities. Okay, I'm already done with this, right? Yeah, that's all. Okay, please.
The example you used there were all IPv4 examples. Are you seeing IPv6, and does it change the data model in any way, or does IPv6 behave sort of the same?
Sort of the same. Yeah.
And are you seeing much of it? Since you're looking at a very broad swath of traffic, you might
Yeah.
growing.
Growing. Actually, here's the real state. I can show you the example. In a minute.
I thought Google changed on IPv6 already. Do you know IPv4?
Yeah, it's how much you see it.
it's the one that I don't know. You know, there are lots of scanners on the internet. Some scanners is for specific protocol. You know, from the net flow data, we can see it. We can see it might be a scan, but we can't give out the detail or the evidence to say it's actually is a scan. I can do it.
Well, in the practice, most scanners are easy to find, but if someone really smart, lots of IP, randomized ports, and different time schedule, it's hard to tell. But in a long scale, for days, for weeks, this can be done.
Okay, please.
In the DNS traffic you ingested, can you see the prevalence and use of the EDNX0 subnet extension?
What?
It's not as common. Do you see it? See it?
Yeah.
So yeah, so there's the EDNX0 DNS extension whereby clients insert part of the subnet source information into the DNS request. Are you seeing that in your DNS requests? It's not that common.
Sorry, I can't.
Could you speak into, we both are not native speaker. Oh, I am so sorry. EDNS0, that's DNS extension. Do you see that in your DNS traffic that you were looking at? EDS0, what is it? It's a DNS extension, part of a DNS request, whereby when a client makes a DNS request, it can insert part of its source IP address into that DNS request. You guys seeing that? It's not that cool. We're not familiar with that.
So,
You said you couldn't see the source IP in your DNS.
so downstairs we can talk in detail. So you can.
Maybe we can discuss it later. Any questions?
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm fine. I'm learning.
I'll explain it. You'll see. It'll be fine. You're good? All right. Bob? You good? All right. Cool. All right. Welcome, everybody. So, yeah. It seems fine. Going to talk today a little bit about the SOC world. Security Operations Center is somewhere I've worked a good part of my career involved in as a vendor, as an analyst, as an engineer. I kind of built one or two. So kind of had some problems along the way and fun lessons to share with you. So got a lot of choices of IDS and IPS type technologies and kind of causes some issues. So we're going to start off with fun details of why the SOC is so important. Because even when you have security folks and you put out a tweet like this, people still click the link. So this is about as sketchy as I could make it, including ending in the Shockwave extension. I still had 47 people click this. I'm not quite sure what to say. It's a completely made up thing. EYYXO is something that, pretty much made up. The URL is completely made up, although kind of made me want to buy the domain just for fun. But yeah. So people will click on links no matter what, no matter how sketchy you make them. Even when you're intentionally trying to make them sketchy, still 47 people clicked this link. I do not understand that. But that is why the SOC will always be necessary until we can completely remove the user's ability to cause an issue. Realistically, probably not anytime soon. So a little bit of history. Kind of started here. So slightly jaded on the IDS side. SourceFire makes Snort, one of the primary IDSs available. So slight jade towards that realm of things. So do a lot of stuff right now. I run another BSides, Charm City or Baltimore. Still trying to figure out exactly what the charming part is, but that's not here nor there. Unallocated space, nice little hacker space down near BWI Airport, and we did a CTF and made a funny logo. How many people remember what that's from? So anyway, so one of the fun exercises we did was building one of the rare things to combine these two. Does anyone know what the left is or what it's supposed to represent? Ish? Anyone? Feeler? Yeah, industrial control systems. This is actually a couple PLCs connected together. So the idea was we were actually taking an industrial control network and trying to apply security to it and monitoring. Surprisingly, this is not very often done by people who have a lot of security experience. It's kind of a weird situation when you're like, wait, no one does this? How does our critical infrastructure get protected? And there's a lot of praying involved, which scares the crap out of me. But that's kind of the world that is. It's growing quickly. So the number of people that have gotten interested in industrial control system monitoring has increased dramatically. But trying to put Snort on it, a little bit tougher. It's a little complex. So now I'm actually doing a lot of SOC and Snort training and some free stuff with Unallocated, because that's what we're all about. So, network security monitoring, because I'm definitely stealing Rob's Awesome Kids comics. Thank you, Rob. So, as we're looking at stuff on the network, we're trying to identify what's bad, what's not, and deal with it. So, typically that involves, do we need to send this over to incident response to handle a problem or not? Pretty simple yes or no, but it never is. It's always questionable, because we never have enough information or the time to do the full research to guarantee, oh, this totally isn't malware, or this. You can generally figure out if it definitely is malware, because, the bad things that happen, callbacks, but not always. So probably the most important component of the SOC is its ability to do this. So tuning. This is actually one of the most common problems with a security operations center is you get a ton of tickets, more than that team can ever hope to handle in any given day, throughout a given day. So you're forever falling behind. Well, that doesn't work. You're going to miss stuff. It's a guarantee by design. So tuning is actually, a lot of people consider it turning off noisy rules. No, that's removing visibility from the environment. That, while it definitely reduces the workload, you also might miss stuff. So the hard part is actually making that judgment call, how to adjust the tools that you're using for monitoring to remove the noise without losing visibility of threats. Ideally, threats legitimate to your environment. So adjust, but if you have no Linux in your environment, is a Linux exploit going across the wire really of huge importance? Well, maybe, but usually not, unless you're trying for more threat intel. Given the current world of the Security Operations Center, where you're struggling to keep up with tickets you don't have time for, you really don't have time to mess around with things that you are not vulnerable to. Unless you're trying to identify specific attackers, we're going to ignore the whole discussion of the government side of things, where they do have to be concerned about nation states, because the average business that gets breached, not necessarily by a nation state. So one of the fun things, everyone likes a model and it levels and fun things like that. So SOC maturity is one of the things that tried to put a model to. So reason being, current, it's kind of that flail scenario. Kind of sounds bad, but when we have more tickets coming in than the amount we can process on any given day, and we're guaranteed to miss stuff, it's kind of bad. And it's kind of like we're accepting that we're flailing. But that's the reality today. A lot of security operations centers really don't have visibility into their environment. If you say, okay, we have SQL injection that would work on MS SQL, and you have to ask, do we have any MS SQL? No one knows. That really sucks. Makes the job incredibly hard. So visibility into what's going on in your environment is really important. And this is not just an asset list that you make once a year, because let's face it, how often do people stand up things without letting you know in security? If it's not daily, you're probably disillusioned in some cases, unless you're in a small org. So level 1 and level 2 arguably are interchangeable. Visibility into what's going on in your environment, what should be there, what is there, ideally the difference, and detection of known threats. So what I mean by that is there are certain threats, for example, certain exploit kits, certain exploits, certain indicators that every time a security operations center sees it, they know this is bad. There's nothing that we know of that's a false positive against this. We have almost 100% accuracy on these specific rules, things that have matured over years and all the false positives have been mostly removed, or identified at least. Then we can say, okay, that's almost a guaranteed win. The combination of these two is kind of the basic level that most SOCs should be targeting right now. Unfortunately, a lot of them are stuck on number 4, which is kind of a little early for that. So once you have things that you know you can detect accurately, blocking them in certain orgs, especially industrial control systems, moving to block things can be really hard. In industrial control systems, if you block the wrong thing, people might die. So there's a huge risk associated with that. So most of those orgs in those control networks, you will struggle to ever get that agreement. That whole idea of getting business involved and working with the security processes, pretty much getting that prevention inside the control system network, probably never going to happen. It's just a reality of the culture right now. So kind of hard in that scenario. In other corporate scenarios, the first time you block a C-level's email or website they want to visit, questionable decision or not, right? that always becomes a problem and a discussion that falls downhill and generally turns out badly. Sometimes ending up with a separate internet connection for the C-level's iPad. That has happened, and a whole security stack to go with it. So once you've moved in that prevention mode, then we can start, okay, once we're preventing our easy wins, then we can start to look at threat indicators. This is not a popular opinion among companies that sell threat intelligence, for obvious reasons, basically saying, hey, if your SOC can't prevent things you know about, do you really need to have more information than you can handle when you already can't handle the almost guaranteed threats? For some reason, this is not that common today of an idea. I haven't heard that from practically anyone. Everyone's scrounging to throw money at threat intel feeds. It's definitely not wasted money, but the value you're getting when you can't handle the known threats is seriously diminished. So once you're able to look at things that might be bad, such as threat intel indicators, hunting and actively searching for threats or things that might be wrong in your network is a great thing. Typically, in a lot of SOC organizations, executives are pushing for this because they heard about it on insert podcast here, see whatever, RSA, or some other buzz bingo game. You will hear, they hear these things and they demand, we must have this thing. And it's really hard to push back and say, here's proof that we need to do X, Y, and Z before we're here. Stating we can't do this and we can do that is very dangerous at times with certain executives, and explaining the reality of where things are currently at, where capabilities exist, and even evaluating that in a lot of cases is hard. The difference between one analyst and another may be dramatic. So that kind of puts it in a very difficult scenario to have this discussion. So we come to some stories. So we've had a lot of breaches lately. This is why I say that the SOC world is struggling and or failing, depending on who you ask. So funny thing, the example on the left actually had some members of Target in the audience for the last time I did the half version of this presentation. That was really interesting. So apparently there's a lot of misinformation out there. Not surprising, but there's a lot of information about that particular breach. And OPM obviously had a good bit of information, which is a little more disturbing even. But there are some similarities and some recommendations that they made that are ironically pretty globally appropriate. So, recommendations. This is the one that scared the crap out of me the most. Establish a SOC. Apparently that was not something OPM had from reading the recommendation report. That's kind of disturbing for that size organization. Again, with the possible misinformation on that, but that was the interpretation from the report. Granted, 240-something pages. Gets a little hard to read, but segmenting between trust zones. So there's a lot of, it's kind of buzzwordy to me, but actually having proper segmentation so that, well, your high protected zones, such as your control system or finances or other critical thing that makes you special, so the Coke formula that's in the vault, that's something you want to have behind additional protections, right? Seems reasonable. Ironically, sometimes those are just lumped in with every other server, sometimes in the same subnet as workstations. This seems like an easy separation. Hey, servers are here. Maybe even the more secure servers are in one spot, other servers are in another. Segmentation is huge, and today it's really easy. For small networks, you can literally set a simple, cheap pizza box as a firewall if you need to, or a very inexpensive firewall to separate these things, and you lose a lot of your issues where, one, data separation for compliance and other issues, but also actually protecting it so that if the web server is infected or the email server, having that not be right next to your critical components, it's kind of important, but a lot of times this segmentation doesn't happen.
Additionally, with the workstation, same idea. Finance should probably be in a slightly more protected area than sales, because sales is going to click on everything. Finance, they're just going to click on everything from financy things. Incident response team. So a lot of organizations have this idea of a great document that's written that shows who's going to be involved when a breach happens, or any type of emergency scenario, but actually walking through it, it's kind of a, thing that doesn't happen often. And tabletop is good, but obviously when you have a, fake piece of malware that's calling out to a server you own, such as from a red team or threat emulation team, that's even better. But not many organizations are testing that. Database encryption for OPM kind of out there. The system was ancient and they said they couldn't do encryption on it. Encrypting your critical data seems very reasonable. It can be very expensive and hard, but if it's that critical, you should probably figure out a way to make it happen. So before we condemn them too badly, right? How many organizations are really that different? How many organizations have proper tuning of their tool set so that they're not getting more tickets than they can handle? I'm still looking. Great segmentation where, different workstations are in separate groups with firewalls in between them and detection of threats in between them? Usually not. Two-factor on all remote and high priority. On remote, this has become a lot more common. On high priority, not as much, but in some ideas. Ticket time. So from one of the fun details that I had heard that I'm not sure if the accuracy of, and doubt at this point, based on things that were said, was when one of the breaches, it was 3 days from where the initial entry point to when they actually exfilled data. So I've heard all kinds of numbers, a day, 5 days, depending on the complexity environment, the attacker, how lucky they are, how much design they find, all kinds of things. But the reality is, right now, Mandiant, their guesstimate based on their research was something like 140 days. The attackers don't need that long. If we can't get the amount of time it takes to determine if something is an actual issue dramatically reduced, we still can't win. Because if we can identify things 100 days later, well, we're way screwed anyway. They've already gotten all the data they need. Yes? Certainly. It was a year and a half at one point. May have been higher at different points, but the reality is it needs to be in days, not months or years. So it is getting better, but it still is not near what it needs to be. Application whitelisting becoming much more common, still has its issues, but it defeats a lot of the simpler attackers. Most of the things that people are actually being breached by today aren't necessarily incredibly sophisticated, except for the fact they did good research and planned. Customization of tools isn't typically happening in a lot of scenarios for regular commercial breaches. It's commodity tools, it's commodity equipment. So can't really condemn these organizations too much. OPM maybe, but some other ones, we really aren't that much different. We're just really lucky. We haven't been that guy yet, or we don't know we're that guy yet. A lot of organizations are experiencing the reality of finding breaches. And I question that 10 years ago, how many more were being breached and didn't know it and never found out that they got owned? Because they re-imaged or replaced hardware before they ever were able to detect it. Do you think if the same level of sophistication as some of these attacks, is your organization really prepared to deal with these attacks? If there were someone on keyboard and they were able to get, let's say, a common exploit kit and then use Metasploit to move around your network, would you be able to detect it within a couple days? Most organizations I've talked to lately, the answer is no. So, again, kind of a dark turn, but that's kind of the way things are. So, IDS-wise, the 4 most common that I've found, Snort, Circata, Bro, FireEye. There are others. These are probably the 4 most popular that I've run into. Snort, obviously, seems the most popular, open source, free if you know how to implement it. That can be kind of tough, although it's gotten easier over the years. Corporate support is through SourceFire, again, where I got started, so obviously somewhat of my favorite. Signature-based, started off in 1998, so has a good amount of history. A lot of implementations today, all the way up to they have a 40 gig a second box. So at least from the corporate perspective, if you're talking huge networks, it can handle it if you have the money to support it or the resources. There's a next we have Circata. So Circata was actually Snort project forked back in 2010. The primary group seems to be OISF, also signature-based, took a slightly different approach on things. I'll get back to that later. So, kind of diverging paths. A lot of people have questioned and said they're pretty much the same thing, and 90% they are. But, really when it comes down to the engineering of these things, they're kind of complex. So, when configuring Snort, a lot of people look at the roughly 30,000 rules or so that are publicly available, and that's what they see as far as configuration. And that's a lot of stuff to configure. I completely understand, and there's categories and things to make that easier, but it's still kind of painful, a lot of work, depending on how much time you expect to spend. It can be a significant undertaking. What most people don't look at is the actual configuration of Snort, which is another 2,000 lines of configuration that directly affects how it interprets those rules. This is an incredible amount of data, and the documentation does an excellent job of explaining what a component, or what the options are in components, but it's kind of hard when you don't really have diagrams of like what's going on and how it works and how it affects the whole deal. So kind of complex. So just for firewall wise, at dinner the other night, Zero Chaos from the Wireless Village was talking about a problem he was playing with where he was noticing differences between what he was getting from Wireshark with what some firewall rules he was implementing. So this is actually the diagram, sorry it's a little small, of at what layers different components of IP tables and EB tables are actually working at. He was using this to try to figure out where his problems were happening, because the path of how the Linux libraries are actually interpreting traffic, kind of complicated, as you can see. And trying to figure out, oh wait, where does libpcap grab stuff? Fun question. No one really has put out that information. So apparently the tool that actually grabs out rules and was showing the actual where rules are catching with some of this was NetFilter, kind of an interesting tool to play with, pulling out where rules are triggering. So that was kind of fun, playing around, troubleshooting IP tables and EB tables rules. So anyway, sorry for the tangent. So Snort, inside, this is actually the components that are going on and the breakdown of them. This document surprisingly did not come from anywhere at SourceFire, and nowhere official for that matter. It actually comes from my buddy's blog. They have no document similar internally, at least when I worked there, and from the engineers and programmers who I talked to who are still there, they still don't have anything that explains how traffic flows within Snort. Kinda worries me. Blindseeker.com is the website for this particular document. Just to break it down, how traffic is acquired within Snort and at what happens when certain issues take place. If the interface is busy, it's never inspected by Snort. The acquisition libraries, Berkeley packet filter. Again, there's a lot of things. If you don't know what they are, Google them if you're interested, or come talk to me after. Preprocessors. This is kind of the bread and butter of how Snort does its initial analysis and protocol breakdown, where it will actually normalize a lot of things so that the rules can be more, have better coverage with a single rule. So for example, the HTTP preprocessor differentiates between if you have Apache or if you have IIS. It will apply the same rule but with slightly different analysis based on the actual web server you're running. This comes back to why it's important to configure stuff, because that's definable by you, but most people don't define it. Kind of makes it complex for it to do its job. There's also preprocessor rules that identify protocol issues. So this can sometimes be helpful. A lot of times this is primary source of noise, because I think there's even an ICMP detected, in other words, a ping detected rule somewhere in there. So if you turn it on, you get a few alerts. In some environments, millions a day or an hour. So then we actually come to where it processes rules. This is probably the most simple portion of it, but not really. There's a thing called fast pattern matcher that makes the rules more efficient in how they're analyzed based on the exact traffic. Each packet or stream only gets the rules that are applicable to it. It gets kind of complex from there, so I'm going to leave that one alone, but it only applies the rules that are applicable based on a couple things. It's kind of a little bit more than just, oh, it looks at traffic and identifies patterns. Not quite. There's a little more to it. That's why there's a little config. Bro IDS, which another awesome tool I'm a big fan of. Kind of a different design than Snort or Bro, or Snort or Circata, that look for explicit things, explicit signatures. Bro is more designed to analyze traffic and give you an idea of what's going on. So started actually a lot earlier than some of the other projects. Over 20 years old at this point, which is kind of funny considering how much network security monitoring was happening at that point. Initially, it started at one of the national labs and kind of became a DOE project because they wanted the ability to analyze odd traffic that was not standard, such as industrial control systems that don't like to follow any standards, even the ones that are specific to that industry. They just don't follow a lot of them. Sometimes they do, sometimes not. So it outputs by default a whole bunch of different types of logs. This is what I consider the go-to ones. There is 60 or 70 different log types that Bro can output depending on what it sees. Some of the data can actually be converted into flow data directly, so kind of that network metadata of what connects to what and how much of it. Doesn't seem that important to the SOC until you start to think about, wait, is that server supposed to be communicating over is that workstation supposed to be connecting over SMB to this other workstation? Why is that happening? You start to look at flow, you start to see interesting things that should or shouldn't happen in your organization. Or, hey, why are we suddenly seeing 50 gigs of traffic leaving over an encrypted channel that we don't normally use? Is that intentional? Should that be happening? Maybe. Flow can be a really good indicator of major traffic changes or unusual protocols that you don't see in your network. Bro similarly does very similar types of things. You can also identify things using non-standard ports, handshakes, certificates, all kinds of interesting metadata about your network traffic. This can be really helpful when you're looking for large trends or just understanding what's going on in your network, how things are communicating. Sometimes it's different than what you expect. It was over 50 log types or so, 10 of which are self-diagnostics. Literally, what's going on within Bro? This is understanding how your tools are working kind of affects how you interpret the data. Kind of an important bit. I'll share out the slides later that actually has the link to the breakdown of all the different log types, because there's a lot of them. History-wise, for Bro, as I said, it originally started in 95. About 2004, it got DOE funding and really took off and grew dramatically, and has become hugely beneficial, especially in industrial controlled systems, where a lot of the standard tools don't really do as much because the protocols are pretty specific. And sometimes you're asking questions that really you don't want to write a signature for. If this happens, why does it happen? When does it happen? That kind of thing. So kind of becomes important, but it also is huge for just general understanding of what's going on in your network and ability to ask a question. Do we have anything that's using NTLM v1? Write a signature, or sorry, it's under Bro's terminology, a script to look for that specific traffic behavior and identify it, and then associate it with a particular packet, which can be really helpful when you look back. If you have full packet capture, not always available, but if you have that, the ability to look back and say, oh, here's the source destination, and get all the information to figure out how to make that not happen anymore. Kind of an important bit when you're researching or asking questions and trying to solve problems. FireEye. From everything I could tell, very customized. Snort and Cuckoo combined in a cool way. It's really nice, pretty interface, very scalable. Closed source, about a little over 10 years old. My only problem with it is that you can't see the secret sauce. As an NSM guy, I want to know, when you alert on something, why, how do I prevent that from happening? Is that a false positive? Well, I can't really look if I can't tell why it alerted on that traffic, unless I reverse engineer something of theirs and try and do that, and that's not encouraged and probably violates some rules and things. Agreements, probably bad. Don't recommend it. Realistically, though, you can talk to them and they can help you, but having to send every questionable thing from FireEye to FireEye, say, hey, why'd you alert on this? It's a pain in the ass, and realistically, it's not going to happen. Again, we have that time versus value battle, really hard to win. For our signature-based tools, Snort and Circata, we have 2 rule sets. Competitors, there's a few others other than these 2. I have found kind of a difference in their focuses. This is actually what I got some argument on in the past after I did the first iteration of this talk. So far, SourceFire seems to be a little more focused on, these are things I know are bad. Seems reasonable. Emerging threats has those, but they focus a little more on the threat intel side. So things they see, IP addresses, user agents, things that aren't necessarily, they might be bad, that threat intel side of things. Proofpoint and emerging threats kind of focuses a little more on that. SourceFire definitely has some of that. So slight variation. And there's actually a bit of preference with this. SourceFire, as you amazingly might guess, works a little bit better with Snort than it does with Circata. And vice versa, emerging threats works a little bit better with Circata than with Snort, especially when it comes to IP-based rules. Now, based on the engineering alone, I have not done the actual timing testing of this, but Circata actually analyzes IP address-based rules. The IP address portion is analyzed almost first within a rule, whereas Snort says, well, I know how to make a firewall rule. I don't need an IDS to make a firewall rule. And basically, if you have an IP address-based rule, it's a firewall rule, not an IDS rule. Again, some people, non-definite indicators. It's a point of contention. I have not proven either, because it's a lot of work to do that testing. But according to the Circata developer who responded on Twitter, they analyze IP addresses first, Snort It's pretty much last. Other sources, Digital Bond has some nice stuff for ICS. FBI throws out some stuff, especially through the ISAC community. So specific sector information. So if there's a threat against energy or financial or whatever, they tend to share that information through these organizations. There's a few other paid sharing groups or opt-in sharing groups, especially government stuff. There's a whole bunch of threat groups that share data that way for signatures. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. Or I should say well-written and not well-written. And then there's the threat intelligence groups that you can buy the feed to and see what what IP addresses do you think are bad today. So deployment is always a complex issue with this. A lot of people struggle with actually like, how do I set up these tools? So one of the more popular versions is the Security Onion distribution. Very nice package, comes with pretty much all these tools already set up and about 6 or 7 GUIs for it. If you use the ISO, it's great for a lab environment, but you have a lot of stuff you're not going to use. So please turn it off, or I found the more efficient way would be to actually take the Security Onion package and deploy that method. There's a package deployment grouping that you can use for Security Onion. Other options, Rock NSM is kind of a neat little other tool. Similar idea, it's a distribution, except there's one tool for visibility, and then they have in that same box everything as well. And they actually added a full pack capture tool, which is kind of neat, but takes a crap ton of resources to run Rock NSM box. More than Security Onion because you're doing full pack capture. AutoSnort is one of my buddy's projects, DA. He actually put together a tool that is a bash script. It will install and configure Snort and a GUI, and even does some of the painful things with like SE Linux with some of those GUIs that don't play nicely with SE Linux. Very painful. So if you ever looked at 1500 lines of bash, I call that a programmer, but you know, he says not. Anyway, other fun discussions, kind of a neat way because you can apply your corporate security policy to a image that you create and then add Snort and a configured GUI on top without having the struggle of like trying to implement XYZ requirements onto an already existing ISO or package. So kind of one of the other painful things is training. Within the SOC world, how do you take a, say, high school student with no experience and make them a SOC analyst who is beneficial and prepared? So not very solid way right now. A lot of it is like networking background and get a degree and maybe a couple SANS courses that are pretty new. I don't know. It's kind of an expensive option, but realistically, you have vendor trainings as well. Here's how to push the buttons in this tool. How do you learn how, like, what was the question the lady asked me? When I did a variation of this in Augusta, lady asked, well, how do I teach someone how to identify the bad things on a network? Well, crap, that sucks. That's a hard problem. What do we do today? Well, we kind of hire people that might have an idea and throw them in the river and watch them drown. Kind of people pull them up when they have time, and over time and the pain of, oh, I screwed this up and this was malware and I thought it wasn't, or vice versa, false positives, false negatives, you start to improve. Realistically, we need a better method, or at least a way to simulate that so you're not doing that with like live malware on the network, because when you say live malware on the network is not a problem, that's kind of bad, or vice versa. You're creating more work for an organization that has a struggle with time management and not having enough time to do its job. This is a really, really complicated problem. There isn't really a lot of solutions out there. On the good side, there's more companies popping up that are trying to work on this. SANS is trying to work on this. They made a new class specifically to target continuous monitoring about a year ago. So still out of beta, but not quite as mature as I'd like to see. But hey, we're all dreamers, right? It's developing a course for this is kind of hard. There's a lot of problems and a lot of understanding, a lot of tools that you need to know how to take A, B, C, and get them to work together. And that's really complicated because you need to learn all the tools and understand how to put them together. What's the prereqs for that class? And then how do you start, right? Like, that's not easy. So, kind of a hard problem. So, some steps forward. Kind of that tuning thing of like, hey, what's our biggest thing that's alerting us, right? Let's start to look at that and start to identify how can we not lose visibility in actual threats and start to filter that out. So if we don't have Linux, do we really need the thousands of Linux rules and alerts that we're getting every day? Maybe not. Similar with database architectures or other things, you can start to turn off things or filter it down so that SQL injection, for example, you have matched the correct database type with the correct database server. Again, details thing, lots of complex, in-depth time researching your network and asking questions. Hence why I typically recommend a signature-based IDS and something like Bro to learn about your network. The two combined actually work really well and are powerful. Furthermore, you can pump snort into Bro to actually get like connection IDs for alerts. That's really nifty and helpful. Password vaults and that's everywhere. Instead of focusing on closing tickets and trying to close the most number you can in a day, reducing the volume of tickets. If I can close 100 tickets, or I can take out a category of tickets from happening again, I will win much faster by actually removing the category and reducing noise for the future. That needs to be the way we start to adjust tuning. And for some organizations, tuning needs to start happening, not just turning off rules or not just ignoring snort alerts. I actually had an organization that was getting, I think it was 2,000 emails a day of about 50 alerts a pop for 2 guys. And we didn't get the option to actually adjust the tools. Filtering out the things that we didn't care about was probably the only way we could ever hope to catch up. It was only 800 machines, so there's no way that number of attacks was going on or bad things. It was all false positives pretty much, mostly from the same things. There were certain top rules. If you look up, there's performance tools for all these performance components to all these tools where you can actually look at what's taking up the most resources. That's generally what's the highest number of alerts. You can also pull that in your SIM and start to look some of the statistical data and remove your most alerting rules. Not remove them, but actually solve the problem that's causing them as well. Because, again, turning off rules versus solving a problem, it may be something in the network is misconfigured, and you tell the network admin, hey, go fix your crap. You need to turn off this thing that you didn't know is on, that you don't know what it does, and it's causing noise. Or figure out how to configure it correctly. Again, complicated problems. As a SOC improves, have a pen test focus on testing the SOC. Emulate a new threat and figure out how long it takes to deal with that. Know how good or bad you are. That way you can gauge improvement. It may not be perfect, but if you can simulate a threat once a month and have your senior guy say, okay, we're to customize whatever, and one of the nifty things about Cobalt Strike, yeah, Raphael Mudge's plug. Anyway, he built in a way so that the implant that you use, you can actually customize to look like a specific piece of malware. So if I want to send out something and make the callback look like a particular piece of malware that I know my SOC has detected, that is a hugely beneficial way to test how do they respond. we're not pen testing the SOC today for the most part. Almost no pen testers I talk to have ever done that. They've never tested with the intention of getting caught. That is a reality that we need to figure out. How are we doing? If we know we can detect something, how long is before sent to remediation? This is a really tough issue. Pen testing the SOC is not common, but it needs to be. So, lots of information, lots of stuff. I'm trying to work on this myself with some lovely classes, starting a training business called Forgotten Security. Hey, well, I already have the handle for the last few years. Anyway, I'll be doing a beta in the next couple of months, locally, down in Maryland, Hackerspace. Fun times. Are there any questions? A lot of information, but hopefully not too many confused stares. Yeah.
Probably a very silly question, but what do you think about the threat intel feature of Swift? And do you personally use it?
So, again, it depends on the maturity of the team, right? I've got known definite indicators that are, I can fix this. I can solve this problem. It is a nearly guaranteed win, or I can submit a false positive and have them actually adjust the rule to fix that, or make the adjustment myself. That's solvable. When I have something that might be bad, it's really beneficial for a mature SOC, for a SOC that's struggling to deal with known threats. They're not ready for it. It's a progression, and while we need to protect our organization as best we can, focusing on things that aren't cost effective in time is not the best use of our time. Again, not a popular view, but the best chance of stopping today's commodity attacks is to focus on the commodity identification that we have. As the tools get better, so will our SOC. As we solve the easy wins that aren't so easy right now, we can start to look towards that more complex threat, or just something different, new variants. If I can't stop 5 years ago, does the attacker need to make a new thing? This is the joke right now with APT, right? Well, what's APT? Well, if they can use commodity tools and win, they're not going to burn something that's custom. I can win with Metasploit. Why am I going to burn a custom thing and make the world aware of its existence? I'm going to use the cheapest tool that I don't expect to get caught, unless somebody deems it necessary to use a customized thing. Right now, the crime groups and the crypto group, or the all the fun stuff that we're having, right? We're not really seeing that much custom work. We're seeing mostly commodity stuff working, and it's causing our problems. When we can stop commodity, let's start to focus on threat intel. We're not ready. It's kind of a bad, unhappy view, but that's reality. Other questions? Okay, thank you. I'd love to talk more if you come up with any. How's it going?
get permission. And I think this is probably for many people, this is the one that usually drives the point home, right? I'm going to affect your job security, and I see a couple chuckles, right? Well, yeah, if I do a pen test, if I do a phishing attempt on somebody, what's going to happen? I'm going to have that awkward phone call, the email. Of course, if you really screwed up, you get the email, the phone call, the text message, another email. You know, it sort of goes on, right? And one of two things, I don't want to say you're going to get fired, right? You probably won't get fired that day. You know, that's actually the worst thing. Because what have you just done? Your career opportunities, your upward mobility that we all want, say bye-bye, right? Because if you do a big enough boo-boo without permission, you're not going to go there. You're going to have to take yourself out of that firm, right? It's going to be that career suicide type of move, right? And of course, why don't you? Well, the reason they don't want you to do this, right? You affect the business of the customer. You know, what is it? I don't know, what your industry's here, right? Financial? How many? Anybody? No? Nobody financials. Okay, so is everything bad about banks today? How about healthcare? Okay, got a couple education, couple utilities, NERC, SIP, SCADA, manufacturing, anybody? Transportation? We all pen test for fun, that's what we do, the rest of us? Well, so this talk is going to be one of those to try to help you understand the points of what a pen tester does affects the customer, right? The business of the customer, right? Because you're going to directly affect that end user or the customer or the business of helping that customer, right? Because you do this attack and you take down a system. What was that system used for? Most businesses don't just power up silicon. They don't power up machines just because. That system has a purpose, right? Was it the ATM downstairs? Serves a purpose, right? And you know, that bank, I don't know, I didn't look at the fee on that M&T bank. What is it, $3? I see a nod of a head, somebody actually used it, right? If you had to use the ATM, they made $3 for using that ATM, plus all sorts of other back-end charges, right, that maybe I don't know about. That's how businesses make money. So if you take that ATM out, they can't make their money. So we want to get some buy-in, and I'm going to talk a little bit. It's actually not just a yes or no decision. There's actually some nuances here that I wanted to make sure I conveyed out, because these are things that I've seen in various contracting engagements. You know, now that I'm internal, working and trying to get some buy-in on some of these efforts, right? Who can authorize it? That's right. And what is their power level that they have, right? You know, you may report to a manager, right? But if you're in that like silo, do they have power to do everything, to anywhere? I saw a couple people say healthcare, right? Your CEO, your CIO may say okay, but the CMO, the chief medical officer, in my experience, they tend to frown upon that. My God, no, I'm saving lives here, right? You're paying these surgeons like $500 an hour, crazy numbers, right? Don't affect my surgeons, don't affect my nurses, don't take down Blackboard, the educational system. God help us, you know, especially at like end of semester, right? So when you're getting this authorization, do they have the power to do so, right? You know, and is there communication? You know, you want to do things covert and silent, right? You want to be sneaky, but actually a certain degree. What do I mean? Well, say I'll work and I'll report into a CIO, but I make sure that the CIO has talked with at least one person in a couple other segments of the business that I might be touching. Hey, by the way, I'm going to send this email to your tellers. I'm going to let you know, okay? I can't count them as an attack, right? But I'm going to let them know. Or I'm going to be working with a floor or a department. Anybody do a pen test against workstations and their semantic endpoint agent on that machine? The semantic, their little IDS solution, the host-based intrusion detection system. What does it do when you attack it? Pops up, doesn't it? You get those little pop-ups from the agents. It goes, hey, someone's trying to attack me, right? So usually I have to check in with at least one person. Hey, when your people on the floors, when they see this pop up, it's okay, we're doing a scheduled test. We're doing a penetration test. And you say, well, why? Well, I get to the sometimes why is they'll tell me what hours I have to do it in, or they're 24-hour shops. So I let somebody on that shift know, at least one person knows what I'm doing. And this is not red teaming, okay? Of course, red teaming, you're going in and you're supposed to be very stealthy, right? But a lot of the penetration test assignments you're doing, you're just seeing if you can exploit systems. You know, and you have to get buy-in and you have to address what their needs are. And what do I mean by that? You know, I've done a couple projects where I could pretty obviously tell that they just wanted to meet a compliance checkbox. It was pretty obvious. It was like one of those checkboxes on a form somewhere, have you run a penetration test? It was almost, you know, it was like, what are their needs? They were very minimal. I could have walked in, did a pen test, and said, okay, I'm done. And then they could check the box, right? Their needs were very minimal. Other customers, though, what are they asking for? Hey, I want you to test my people, right? I want you to see what the response time is. You know, I want you to. Other times, it's very guarded what you can do, though. So, like your internal customers in your organizations, you know, if you're working inside industry, those folks who are doing a pen test in your organization, or you're hiring somebody, right? Who's the customer who wants this report? You know, is it management, right? Is it department management, or is it senior management? Is it coming up from up high? You know, if you see the senior management, we need to, as pen testers, we need to dumb that down quite a bit, though, don't we? We can't talk about packet traces and PCAPs. If you walk up and say PCAPs, senior management has no idea what it is, right? You know, you can't say, I pwned the box. They'd be like, well, what's pwning? You pwned a box. Yeah, but I don't know what it is. Is it compliance? And do they just want to meet a checkbox? You know, healthcare, we had meaningful use requirements, and you know, in PCI, you have these requirements. You know, I love that. You know, PCI, I have to require an external third party to do my penetration test to prove that the boundaries are sufficiently defined. It doesn't really say how good they have to be. That's up to PCI, the Security Standards Council, to judge later, right? You know, so, you know, are they just meeting a checkbox? The risk department, maybe these folks actually want to see some more detail, right? Because they want to see the different levels. You know, and, you know, or are you just proving your own work? I mean, some of you, are you doing pen testing to prove that you're securing your systems? Not bringing in a third party? Sometimes that's what you're doing, and are you proving your own work? You know, so what are your customers' needs? You know, how in depth do I need to make this test? And when you're working with these clients, you know, your internal customers or your external customers, you know, we need to make, and I started talking about external clients here, but really our internal customers, we have to be mindful of this too, right? If you're working for a consulting firm, you know, I said, what is it, PCAPs? You say PCAPs, yeah, watch those external customers that you're trying to get on the hook, if you want to do a pen test for them, and you say PCAPs and you see their eyes glaze over, right? They go, huh? You know, what's the terminology? What do they care about? They're concerned, right? It could be a compliance need, it could be a risk need, it could be proving their team's needs, but you want to make it palatable. You want to make it understandable, I think is the other word that I really want to convey to you right here, in that it's something that they can relate to, right? What are their needs that they have, right? And you do want to stay a little bit within their comfort range, even though I know all this cool stuff and I could break into the Fort Knox and everything they have. Maybe they're starting to walk, right? And maybe they're not ready for the full-blown, the full guns, right? So, you know, what's their level of pain, right? You know, sometimes you get a customer who says, hey, take me down. Go ahead, I dare you, right? How often, has anybody actually gotten that? Usually when I get, what? Was that a, so, you know, yeah, that's about the percentage. It's a very low percentage. Go ahead, take me down. You know why? You've probably been through a few comfortable penetration tests. You've kind of tested the waters. And that's what I mean. It's sort of like people will test the waters, and to get a comfort level up. And then you can come at them with everything you've got. And their level of pain is going to change. You know, I've been on projects where it was like, well, if you find something that Metasploit has a module for, come see me first. Okay, oh, okay, so I have to wait, and if I think I'm gonna break something down, I have to bring you in first. I have to make sure your people are here first, right? What's your, you know, can I even take the system down? Or did they tell me to stay away from a whole lot of systems, right? They take all the fun out of it, right? You get that, oh, I found this great vulnerability on your EHR, your electronic health record system, or your core banking system, right? Well, you as a pen tester should know up front if your customer's okay with you taking that system down. Look, I've been on those projects where I could just go, it's an obsolete version of AIX. What's your comfort level? Don't take anything down. I'm gonna stop right here. I've already, hey, need to upgrade that system, right? And I'm not gonna take it down because it's gonna cost you too much hurt, too much harm. It could also cause a system malfunction, right? NERC-CIP, SCADA systems, we have some real loss of life. This malfunction could be catastrophic to us, right? Anybody done a pen test on a printer? Yeah, oh, yeah, you can, actually. And one of the things that happened to the printer? Spits out paper, right? You know, system's not available. Remember a second ago I mentioned the Symantec agent? When you go and probe it, it starts yelling and screaming, hey, someone's attacking me, right? That's a system malfunction. People would call the service desk. I thought it was kind of funny though, actually, and this is just real life example. I'm sitting in the room, and I'm sitting over in the chair with my laptop, and I'm using a machine that is not named anything remotely like their environment. And the Symantec agent comes up and says, hey, this machine is attacking me with my machine name. I really wasn't being that silent, right? I wasn't doing any silent pen testing. It was like, yeah, this is to meet a compliance checkbox. We're just gonna hit the button and go. But you know, it's funny listening to the service desk. And I'm hearing like the third call, and I'm like sitting there going, okay, I'm inadvertently testing your incident response system here because, hi, I'm attacking your network and you're on the third phone call. Okay, now, did I cause some system malfunction? Thankfully, not really. We knew that Symantec was gonna just scream and yell, and they said that the system would time out on some queries. And actually, for this system, it was like, go get a cup of coffee. The machine will be done with you in 5 minutes, so go get a cup of coffee and come back. Because it was the individual workstation. And they had a whole bunch of them. And we're like, hey, we have to check the box. Yes, we've checked and we can't get into your machine. Okay, I can't, so just get a cup of coffee. But if this is your core system, you can't do that, right? And how long does it go down, right? With your external customers and getting that comfort level with them. Like, how good are your backups? Do you have fault-tolerant systems? Can you switch over to somewhere else? You know, is this peak ordering time like, your e-commerce sites on Black Friday or Cyber Monday, or if they're activating all their devices the day of Christmas or the day after, right? Peak times for some of these folks, right? And when you're working with external clients, why do I care about keeping their comfort level or staying within their comfort level? It's this. Repeat customers. Hey, I'd like to keep coming back again, right? So, you look at some of these customers, oh, I used XYZ company and I'll never use them again. Has anybody worked for a firm that you used a pen testing company and you said, I'm never gonna use that guy again? That guy was an idiot, the guy was a buffoon, he was ridiculous, he didn't know what he was doing? Nobody? Nobody? No? Wow. Because I don't know, I've seen some bad reports. In consulting, I've seen reports and you go to read the report and you see it disagree with itself in the same paragraph. Like, oh, now I see a nodding of the head there. Yeah, that was from a major accounting firm. And I was like, excuse me? Or you'll see these other reports, you're like, what did you do, right? Did you scan everything? So, we have to address the customer's needs, whether it's internal or external, right? And, if you read a report that shows everything, what do we do? We tune it out, don't we? Oh, geez, stop telling me that I've got SNMP community string on every single system. Tell me once and shut up, right? You have to address their reporting needs. You know, drinking from the fire hose, right? We have to give them something they can use. And these are the ones that sometimes with pen testers, what are their needs? Do they want to see everything that's wrong, or do they want to see just do they want it like distilled? That was one of our customers. They wanted me to distill it down into a project plan for them, actually. So not only, and that was actually part of getting permission, because it was, well, we know we have to do a pen test to meet the compliance checkbox, but they said, but our team can't keep up with all this drinking from the fire hose. We got too many things to fix here, right? So actually what we had to do, we actually had to take our efforts in our pen, and part of that buy-in, we had to agree to give them a prioritized remediation list. So that was something, so when we went into the test, we had to think about that, right? And so it really tailored what we did, because our goal was actually not to bring systems down in that project. Because if I find enough things that are very low-level fruit, I don't need to break a system down. I can give them those high, and so we're staying within their needs, right? And these people here, the clients, they really don't want to see nothing, of course, right? And when you're getting permission and buy-in, make sure you ask these kind of questions. Because if you ask them, do you have an IPS, do you have an IDS? If this is assuming, of course, it's a white box test, right? And some of these tests are going to be white box. And you can ask at a high level, do you have an IPS? I didn't ask you what model it was. I didn't ask you what firmware it was. But do you have one? So I can, as a pen tester, right, I'm asking you permission, but I can also dial back my efforts a little bit and give you a useful report. And the reason I say this is, if you don't get enough information on one test, you come back for the second test, well, they may not actually ask you back, right? If you don't get enough information. So as you're doing your test, make sure that you're doing this test so that you're going to be asked back. Because if you give me a report and I saw a major company, a service organization, I jumped in, I looked at the report, I went, really, did you bring my IPS tea and cookies too? And I'm thinking it's like, because there was nothing on the report. They didn't ask any information. So they went, and part of this buy-in, if you're going to do this, you got to ask me enough about my environment so you can give me a useful test. Now that I'm an internal, I'm like, hey, you got to give me a useful test. So I expect people to ask me a couple questions, right? I expect people to ask me, what's your environment like at a very high level? Because that way, you can tune your efforts against my defenses. I mean, now, as a pen tester, the other side of the coin, of course, if you're working with a team, there are tricks. I've used them. You take Rapid7 suites of tools, and you do your vulnerability scans, and then you give it to your colleague who shows up on another IP address, but they know all about the environment, or at least they know pieces of it. But, how many IP ranges can you jump from, right, to get around the IPS? There are ways to do it, but, if you do it without permission, and this happens a lot of times internally, and also if you cross over a department line or a division line that you don't have permission to touch, right? Well, it becomes unethical. It's just another attack. It doesn't win friends because the system administrators hate your guts now. I know we don't like system administrators, do we? Wait a minute, weren't we system administrators at one point? Before we became pen testers? Isn't that usually the way we go? So hey, it doesn't win friends if you don't have permission, right? It makes enemies. And it doesn't yield positive results because people start shutting down on you. They won't talk to you. They won't respond to you. You ask them things about their environment if you're trying to tailor the report. As a pen tester, I want to have that dialogue with my customer because I want to learn more about that system. Because, sometimes your customers can tell you, well, the reason it's not upgraded isn't because I chose not to do it. Maybe the system's not upgraded because I didn't have the budget. I need that as a pen tester because I need to put that back into my report because that colors the risk, right? It's going to change my writing. And remember, this is all about getting management to pay attention. They'll read, I've heard people say the first 4 pages of a report, and then they're out to lunch. You see them flipping and looking at all the pretty colors? Nah, they're just, what do I do with this, right? First 4 pages on these reports, right? So you want to get positive results. If you don't have permission, how do you know when you can end? What is the goal? To win the game. Wasn't that actually all of our, I'm not wearing the shirt, right? War games, right? What's the goal of this game? To win the game? But he didn't know how he won, right? Well, that's what, if you have permission, when you get permission, I'm going to talk about what that means in some detail. But you start setting boundaries and scope and limits and what you can do and what you can't do, what's allowed, what's not allowed. That also tells you when the game is over, okay? I know this attack is over because I got to what my project plan said I had to. And of course, if I don't have permission, unemployed. I don't like that. You know, I always joke, I don't like paying for my mortgage, but I like being able to pay my mortgage. Okay, I like having a roof over my head. So, let's try. As pen testers, we know all these cool tools. And yes, businesses should listen. They should. But, sometimes you have to say things in a way that the business will understand, that the customer will understand. How is it going to affect them? What's important? And how can we help them down that path? So with permission, okay, I'm going to start talking with my stakeholders, right? What's in scope? What's allowed? What kind of activities are allowed, right? What hours? What hours can I? What hours can't I? What kind of tactics can I use? How brute force can I be, right? Are certain systems go away? Setting these ground rules in place. This is part of getting permission. It's not just, can I do a pen test? But we have to start asking, what's allowed? And what's a success? What's a failure? What's like my safe word to get out of here, right? What's the safe word to go, quit, done, we're test over, right? And we have that negotiated. And that's important because when I was a consultant, yes, I wanted to know, okay, you as a customer, if you want out of this, this is a word, this is a phrase, this is a term, this is a condition where you could tell me to stop. Now, of course, it's also valuable to me because if you tell me to stop as a consultant, we're still paying according to the original terms. Okay? So that's okay, this is all part of that negotiation. You tell me to stop, okay, I will stop. But we've had we have these terms arranged beforehand. What is a failure of a test? And what are the legal issues that we need to be aware of? And I think that's actually my next slide. I wanted to talk about legal issues. And this is a big part of why companies, no, don't come here. Don't pen test my system. Why? They're worried about confidentiality and the non-disclosure agreements. And, are you really going to honor my non-disclosure agreement? Do they have sensitive information? They may tell you no. So when you're working with a customer, make sure that they can trust you, right? I'm going to break into your systems. I am going to test the security of your systems. But all of your information will stay secure. It will be retained XYZ, rule set, right? And this could also affect what systems are in scope and which systems are not, if they are that concerned, right? Don't just say, hey, it's not just can I do a pen test. It's how far can we go with this? Do they have security issues like PCI, right? Are there privacy issues? I put a few down here just to make you aware. Healthcare has got HIPAA issues to deal with. Medical centers, insurance companies, and so forth. Wilmington University and schools like this, right? FERPA, right? GLBA you run into in the banking space. You've got this privacy regulation. You've got federal rules, state rules, and other governments. Do they do business with Canada? Do they do business with entities in other countries? How far is this, right? How do you get permission to take the system, if you're going to penetrate a system in another country? Are there different rules? Because, here in the US, we're very laissez-faire, but if you look at, like European Union, they talked about that whole safe harbor, the GDPR, they've got these, I was working at one time for an organization managing a console, and if a device from North America showed up anywhere in the console, because the console was physically over in Europe, I wasn't allowed to see it until they specifically put it into a dedicated place that I was allowed to see it after they verified that it was a North American system. Because Europe said I couldn't even see the name of that machine because I would know your first and last name, and I would know your IP address, and I would know what office you were sitting in. I really didn't care, but I had to be aware of that legal issue. And so pen testing, we have to pay attention to that as well, especially now that we're looking at cross-boundary issues, right? Are they using a service provider? Is it a system that they can authorize you to pen test, right? That'll be a very quick shutdown, right? Being aware of those service providers that are out there, especially if it's a shared infrastructure, right? You may not even be able to do it. It may be one of those like failed projects. Now we say, what's in scope? What's in scope? Networks, right? What sections of the network are in scope? You set a limit. You don't attack everything. What systems? Is it servers? Is it desktops? Right? Statistical or judgmental scope. So you could do like, I want to do 10% of systems, right? You don't pen test everything. Or is it, you know, I think these systems over here are riskier. And, well, you know why might use a judgmental scope? I don't have time and I don't have money to scan everything. But if you only scan certain systems, I have enough money for that, right? So here's like that if you're doing like internal, right, and you're contracting with somebody, how do you control your costs? I've been on this side. How do you control your costs? You tell me to only scan certain systems. How do I control my effort? I ask you how many systems I have to scan, or do I really have to scan everything? Do I really learn a lot by scanning every single system? They're all pretty much cookie cutter, especially workstations. Even if I do a statistical sample and I see variances, then I just know you have variances all over the place. So you could do like 10% of systems. That's a very high sample, really. At that point, I'm really seeing some variances. And I know how likely I am to get into these, right? So you can also, so what are we doing here? We're limiting the damage. We're limiting the impact to usability. Because people can't use these systems, right? I might do a denial of service on them. All right, well, I'm only going to take down 10% of systems. Remember I said to that one system, go get a cup of coffee? If you have another workstation, I could say, hey, go use another workstation because my scanning software will just come to that one in a half hour and we'll just rotate, right? Departments or groups. Certain groups are going to say, nope, I don't have time for you. It's a critical business time, stay away, right? And make sure you work with your business units. And also define what devices. And I gave you the example of a printer, but you know there are other devices and pitfalls that we need to be aware of, and these are some real world things. You know, nowadays, you go into a financial institution, they'll print checks for you, right? Check printers, check scanners, all these other devices that they use now, the ATM. Is that in scope? Does it create a malfunction on that device, right? Instant issue devices. So, you know, manufacturing controls. Biomedical devices. Sometimes there's not a lot of value in pen testing these. Why? The biomedical devices, they can't patch them. It's this whole song and dance with the FDA. I can't patch the system because the FDA says it's no longer FDA certified. So don't bother scanning it, because they can't do a darn bloody thing about it. You could scan one of them, that's all you're going to get in value from, right? And so what are like some of these biomedical devices, I'm just going to scan that on a test network. I don't need to test that on production network, because if whatever I scan on one device, every other device should be just like it, right? And at that point, I could do a vulnerability scan, not a full penetration test. Far less intrusive. In fact, I probably wouldn't even vuln scan it. I would probably just do a manual check of the ROM, the firmware version. Be like, all right, you're done. So multifunction devices, you get some strange printouts. Core systems, you know, we get into some systems that can cause a catastrophic failure. I say catastrophic because, you know, I've now seen these where these are weird systems that you'll like saturate the buffers and the system looks okay. Like, you know, we used to always just say, I'm going to take the system down, right? And you go, I'm done, because I didn't take it down today. You know, that's what we expect, right? We're going to pwn the box, we're going to take it down today. What I've seen now with some of these systems, it takes it down sometime later during the week, because actually you took up all of its buffers, and it didn't tell anybody, it didn't scream and yell, But then like 2 or 3 days later, there's a malfunction. Oops, Nessus will do that. And I'm like, really? Yep. All right, so we need to be aware of this, right? Of course, in the healthcare space, it's when the patient is on the table. You know, that is, you know, I don't know when they're going to be on the table, so I need to be very cognizant of that, right? I put this one down here because we all probably have run into these guys. When that VP or that important person is affected, you hit that person, especially if you oopsed, right? Okay, it happens, right? They told me certain subnets, and he decided to go to the office that day, or a different office that day, right? So sometimes, huh?
Are you that VP now?
You know, it depends. I mean, usually, if I see a failure with the box, I go, it's okay. There's another one over here. I do laugh when VPs get infected with different systems. Oh no, never, 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 never. And then you send them a phishing email, and they bite. Oh crap. I didn't want that to happen. Now, of course, how do I get out of that situation? Remember I said communication? People know what's going on. All right? People know what's going on. Enough people know. Not everybody, but enough people. So, you know, of course, a catastrophic failure, if you take the systems down and the staff can't serve the customers or clients, that's a problem. So what is allowed? You know, obviously, you know, test systems, often a good candidate. You check on each system or class of system, right? I don't need to check all of them. Sometimes I have to check to see if I have tech support on staff. Tech support handy, on call, or sitting there right now, right? Is it, or sometimes after hours. I've actually seen organizations do both of these. That's why I can't give you a golden rule. Because I've seen some that say only do it after hours. And I've seen some that say only do it when my application developer is here. Because if you take the system down, I need them here. So you need to make, this is part of that buy-in and making sure it's a true buy-in. That they know what they're in for or what their comfort level is. Right? Does the client have to supervise it? I had one project, it went on and on and on. The scope was large, right? And I had to do it with supervision. And then after we ran through it, then we had to redo parts of it. I said, can we please just rerun this? And you don't have to really watch me. So I can just let it run overnight. Success or failure, what does that mean to a client? Do they want a clean report that shows nothing is wrong? How many people work for organizations that love to see clean reports? There are a lot out there, especially if they're meeting a checkbox. Some organizations, right, the staff wants to see a clean report because they're using it for the evaluation of their people. And as pen testers, we need to be aware of those hidden motives, right? Because they're not going to like us if we don't, you know, not that I'm going to change my report of my efforts, but I may tailor my efforts. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to single people out. I have to be careful when I write that report, the test results and how I write that report, because I want to get at their needs and I want it to be a useful test. It's not about punishing people, but it's training moments. And that's a phrase that I think is very good. When we do pen tests and we find failures, they're really teaching moments. You know, definite failures, if you fail to meet the client's needs, or if you deviate from the scope, you're going to be in trouble here, right? You cross over the line. And definitely don't think this is cool in front of the client. Hey, I pwned your box. Like, in front of the client, in front of the customer, we're evaluating their security. You know, we may think it's cool, right? Absolutely. I've been there. I've been like sitting there in the room and thinking, wow, this is awesome. I pwned that box. Wow, I've got an image of their radiology system. And I'm like excited like that too, right? Do I look that excited when I'm in the meeting with the client? No. Okay, they're not going to want me to come back again, and they automatically, yeah, I told them something was wrong, but they're going to say the test was a failure. So we need to make sure as pen testers, part of that job also is going to be reporting that out. And that gets us the permission to come back again. Right? So our call to action, trying to keep us on time here. I know I'm in between you and the raffles. You know, we learn a lot of cool stuff, a lot of cool penetration testing techniques, tools, techniques. Organizations need to start somewhere. And sometimes we need to uncover their pain points. We need to find out what they want. What do they want to learn? How much pain do they want to feel? Right? How realistic do they want this to be? Right? Color within the lines. They give you lines, they give you a scope. Don't add to it, right? Don't, I think it would be really cool if I go ahead and do this, right? Because A, you just deviated from your permission, and you're not going to get to come back again. Make sure you have the buy-in. Use your get out of jail card. Some people say, oh, I could just get out of jail. Yeah, I have that, right? I have that notice from legal that says yes, or that notice from the CIO that says yes, I could do this pen test. I should only be using that as a last resort. It's not a, hey, I got this. I'm only using that if I really have to, okay? Because what happens if we need to be responsible in what we do and how we report what we do? Because we want to see some progress in our organizations, in our customers that we work with. That was one of our customers that, I had to actually change the whole project plan, and I had to give them a whole prioritized approach to fixing their systems because they had done it for like 4 years and they weren't happy. So we changed our approach to get them to buy in and to do the test yet again. And so what we did was we set the pace to what they were willing to achieve, and we were happy to see that they made some progress so that they slowly move along that maturity model. And ironically, this is SANS, this is like control number 20. This is one of the last ones you're supposed to do. This is actually for mature organizations. And you know why a lot of people are drug into this? Compliance requirements. You have to do a pen test. What's a pen test? I don't know, you have to do a pen test. I don't know what that means. There are many shades of pen test. And different organizations, as pen testers, we need to be aware of what the rules are, get the permission, stay within the color in the lines, if you will. And that'll hopefully help us continue to do more of these. So, questions? Was that a no? Yes? Go ahead. What was my best client's experience? I think when they finally, after the 4 years, and they understood the prioritized approach of the remediation. And then they actually bought in, and they had been kicking and screaming to do it. And then they said, well, we're going to do this. And they actually ended up taking possession of it. And it's funny, so they were no longer a customer of that organization. But you know what? But they're doing the right thing. And of course, this is a small industry. They're going to tell their friends. Other questions? Well, if there are no questions, I'll stick around for a couple of minutes. Thank you. I didn't do it.